Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's Tuesday, November 19th, 9 a.m. Welcome to the special council meeting today to discuss our budget. I'm going to call our meeting to order at 9 a.m. Please join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Moving on to our land acknowledgement. The municipality of Port Hope exists on the lands of the Mississauga Anishinaabeg traditional territory covered by the Williams Treaties. We honor and recognize First Peoples as rights holders and stewards of the lands and waters on which we have the privilege to live, work, and play, including the Ganaraska Forest and River. We pay respect to elders past, present, and emerging. We commit to actions towards truth and reconciliation by recognizing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, strengthening ties with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, especially those who make their home in Port Hope, and learning from Indigenous ways of knowing and being. We do so by recognizing the past and working towards a shared future. Before we move on, I'm just going to ask, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? I note that none were received prior to the meeting, but Councillor Attridge.
Yeah, I'll step out during the Pine Street South discussion.
Okay, and the clerk will note that in the minutes and provide any further instructions if needed. Moving on to item number 3. The purpose of this special council meeting is to consider the proposed 2025 municipal budget. I'm going to start with item 3.1, the proposed budget presentation. The staff will now provide a presentation. We will then follow by discussion and staff will collect feedback. So thank you.
Good morning, council and staff and everyone watching at home. I'm excited to kick us off to go through a couple of items before passing it over to the Director of Finance this morning. And it has been a journey to get here, and it's exciting to finally land here. And it is, pretty early to be talking about budget. We made it, which is good news. New budget roadmap this year, some other things happening, and we landed, I think, on a very positive note. So as today, we've scheduled the full day to go through the topics of discussion. First up, we're going to chat about the budget survey, and we're going to go through the budget roadmap. Each director is going to go through their departmental updates. The budget's going to be summarized for you in a few slides. And then, of course, as always, we summarize everything and chat about next steps. The budget, as you can see, you've seen the presentation. Last year, I think you were sitting at approximately 400 slides over the course of 2 days. So it is definitely a more condensed version and a more condensed approach to the budget. We're sitting at substantially less for a number of slides when you look at it through that lens, but ultimately all the same information has been provided on the website for your review. So a strong initiative heading into the 2025 budget was the budget survey. There was a different approach taken this year where there was an outside consultant that was retained in order to assist the municipality with drafting the budget questions to ensure that the results could be summarized and be able to be looked at through a statistically significant lens. And I'm happy to report that based on all of the efforts of council and staff out there pounding the pavement and the comms team pushing it through all of the channels aggressively, that 1,450 Port Hope residents over the age of 18 took the budget survey. So as you can see, as requested by council during previous discussions, we have broken it down by ward. So you can see that a few chose not to state whether they were from Ward 1 or Ward 2, but the respondents were predominantly from Ward 1 with 77%, and about 20% of the respondents coming from Ward 2. But all in all, it was about 10% of the voting population. The demographics of those who responded, you can see highlighted on the slide there. Pretty evenly split across male and female in regards to gender. We had a few that prefer not to say, and then of course those who identify in non-binary, two-spirit, or another category, approximately just shy of 1%. The education category, a higher percentage, pretty even, did not go to university or went to university. You can see a pretty even split, and you're going to see that as the common theme throughout most of the categories that we're going to discuss this morning. There is a few outliers, a few things that draw your attention, but the majority are running pretty even between the categories that we're comparing. Again, underemployment, we're seeing the predominant are either employed, full-time or part-time, or self-employed, or for caring for family. But 38% are retired and working for pay. The income, again, not really any outliers here. We had about 11% who preferred not to say, but the vast majority did participate in this question, which was encouraging to see. Approximately 52% of the respondents make upwards of 110,000, which about 37% then was 110,000 and above. And you're going to see some further information in regards to income as we carry forward. Time living in Port Hope, the vast majority of the residents are from 5 to more than 15 years, and only 22% were less than 5 years. So the vast majority of those completing the survey have lived in Port Hope, the municipality, long enough to be exposed to the services that the municipality provides, and hopefully more services than not. So when they're answering the survey, they were able to provide answers and feel confident in doing so. You can see from the age category, this is also not surprising, but also encouraging. Over 60 was 51% of the survey, and it was completed online. It was an electronic survey. We had paper copies available. We provided that, but ultimately that was a very interesting demographic, because sometimes we do receive some feedback in regards to how our surveys are presented to the public, but over 60, 51%, under 30, about 5%, and then the remainder between 31 and 59. So the question, considering the portion of your taxes that support local services, how would you rate the value you receive for your tax dollars? You can see that the comments under good and fair, an excellent, good and fair between Ward 1 and Ward 2. They're running pretty close to even, except for when you get down to the poor or very poor categories. You can then see where we start to see a split between the wards. But overall, you could see that the majority of residents, when you look at the total for the municipality of Port Hope, is stating that they feel that the value for services are in the good to fair category. When considering the municipal budget, which statement best reflects your point of view? So you can see here, again, no outliers. Maintain current taxes and current services. You can see when you're looking at the municipality as a whole or splitting out Ward 1 and Ward 2, pretty even there. 64% in Ward 1 and 53% in Ward 2 say to maintain current taxes and current services. Again, when you look at the total and Ward 1 and Ward 2, pretty evenly split for increase. But when you get down into the category of decreased taxes and decrease the current level of services, then you see the total for the total municipality about 22%. And then you see that when you look at the wards, Ward 2 is a bit of an outlier. Which of the following best reflects your point of view? Maintain or increase municipal services. So you can see when you look at the municipality of Port Hope as a total, it's pretty even. pretty even split there. So, people are looking to see that we are maintaining or increasing municipal taxes or decreasing. It's an even split across the board, which is, you're going to see the story of this survey throughout the budget presentation today. I've been using the terminology no frills. So essentially, a budget that is sustaining levels of services without any significant levels of service increases. When it comes to the infrastructure gap, this tells us that we have some work to do. When it comes from an education standpoint, you can see that almost 70% of the residents who completed the survey are unfamiliar of the $9 million asset replacement deficit that we commonly refer to as the infrastructure gap. They are unaware that that gap exists and are unaware as to exactly what that gap represents. So it's a takeaway, I think, from a staff perspective in regards to education as we move forward. And then it continues through this line of questioning is, do you think Port Hope should invest more money in our asset management plan to close the gap? And then I think you see kind of the safe answer where the vast majority didn't know what it was. So the vast majority said same amount, right? So if you don't have a clear understanding or a clear definition of what something is, I doubt you're going to say to increase it or decrease it if you don't have a confidence in the knowledge of what that is. So I think though that tells a bit of a story as well. We don't understand what the infrastructure gap is, so continue maintaining status quo. We received a significant number of comments. So there is going to be some common themes that will be provided. There's additional data that will be available to the municipality for further analysis as you head into your strategic plan. But some takeaways here is the top 5 most important projects. Resources to advance objectives within the master plans, sitting at about 40%. Maintaining streets and roads, sitting at about 30%. And then they go down from there. Sidewalks, new sidewalks, and improving existing facilities. Those are the top 5. And although we've included 5, you could really say that there's top 2. Really, at the end of the day, when you add those 2 percentages together, you're almost at 70% that says we should be advancing objectives within our master plans or maintaining streets and roads. And where it becomes, I think, when you see this and then you see that they want to maintain the current level of service, it does point to the fact that perhaps the public doesn't quite understand that master plans quite often actually increase the level of service to the municipality by increasing your asset base, whether that's from what you're providing to the community from a service level, whether you're adding capital assets to the waterfront or to the fire department, or levels of service from a labor and manpower perspective through economic development and strategies. So when master plans, resourcing them is identified as number 1, but the vast majority would like to maintain the current level of service and maintain taxes. They don't quite mirror up and line up. So I think there's some education and some work to do into regards to what the master plans are and what the outcomes of those plans would be if resourced. So in front of council and in front of the members of staff, we have we have given you the full survey. So the full survey report, it will be put up on the website for the public to see after today. But there is a couple of other pages that I would like to just drill into before we move on. Well, it's showing up not too bad. So we asked them to put a legend on the top of this, and we'll start with the service level satisfaction. And they're a bit difficult to read, so I thought we could maybe walk through it. So as you can see, the most satisfied is the brighter green. And so level of satisfaction goes up by the brightness of the green. The level of dissatisfaction increases with the darkness of the red. So as you can see, most satisfied with the fire services, green spaces and parks, police services, municipal supported events, of course, the parade and Canada Day Arts and Festival, and the cleanliness. So we really see where the residents are satisfied with the services that are being provided. And then, of course, to a lesser degree, but they seem to be satisfied as well with initiatives related to diversity and inclusiveness in municipal messaging, which is a good takeaway, environmental protectors and extreme weather preparedness and tourism sector development. They seem to be satisfied. When it comes to dissatisfaction, we seem to be leaning towards more in Ward 2, and it comes to road maintenance, building and permitting, and land use planning. And essentially, that isn't a news story. Those are enforcement bodies within the municipality. Does anyone have any questions in regards to what you've seen so far or on this particular slide? Okay. Head on over into the, oh, sorry, I didn't see.
Thank you. So I noticed on some of these bottom numbers, if you look at, let's say, climate change, for instance, it doesn't add up. So we'll look at, like, it doesn't add up to 100%. So would you say that those who chose, just from your experience, those who chose not to answer, would that be an indicator of dissatisfied or just they don't know?
It would be a combination of both. But I can't tell you what percentage of both. Like, I can't tell you what they don't understand, maybe what climate change initiatives are and what that entails and how it's defined, or whether they just skip the question. I can't. We can drill them. We can find that information out as to how many, skipped, but why they skipped it, we will never know. Right? Any other questions? Okay. Budget preferences. In your view, should the municipality of Port Hope decrease, maintain, or increase the budget allocated to these resources? So when it comes to road maintenance and housing issues, those were where the respondents were most comfortable with seeing an increase. And then you can see when vast majority are to maintain, the vast majority are blue, which means that the residents or the respondents who completed the survey would like to see things maintained. And then we only have really one that's kind of standing out when it comes to decrease, and it's highlighted there on the screen. So again, housing and road maintenance, I mean, those again, I don't think are over surprises for the conversations that the municipality has had to date. And roads are always of an important issue, and they're a big part of the budget. So we can carry on to the next slide. The municipality invests in various infrastructure projects, including improving assets, building or acquiring new assets, or maintaining current assets. How important is it to you that we invest in the following infrastructure categories? So from an investment perspective, there's a significant number that they feel are important, actually. But again, no big surprises. Buildings and facilities, roads, sidewalks, parks, playgrounds, technology for cybersecurity, and customer service. So when you see the budget that's being presented to you today, all of those categories will be covered off. Of course, facilities, roads, and infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, and facilities as always, it's our biggest asset category. So funding them and ensuring that they're maintained is already every year a priority. So I believe that the conversations that have been happening around the table on both sides are in alignment with what the residents would like to see from that perspective. But it was nice to see the awareness of the participants in the survey around cybersecurity and the vulnerability that all municipalities are seeing and feeling. And that is not going to get better. And essentially, as we continue to become more reliant on technology, essentially, we have to ensure that we're balancing that with the protections on the other side. So this year, you'll see in the budget and including years to come, that is going to be a conversation that is had and asks coming forward to ensure that infrastructure is in place. It's cheaper to protect yourself than to bail yourself out. So that's a clear message. Does anyone have any questions in regards to, what we've discussed so far on the survey? I think the results are sending a message, but not a message that created any diversion from the budget that's being prepared, but results that actually are going to create a significant opportunity for the municipality during upcoming discussions, whether it's during strategic plan or other initiatives that you're going to be undertaking. The consultant is ready and available and willing through staff to be able to drill down further into some of these topics and categories of interest to be able to provide more information in regards to what the information and what it is it's telling you. So you know what questions to ask next, because you've asked the baseline, somewhat high level questions, and now you'll be able to drill down and get maybe a bit more into the weeds, into their thinking, and see exactly what those results and where it drives you. So we're very happy with the results. Hopefully council is satisfied with what you have in front of you. Do you have any further questions in regards to the survey before we move forward?
Thank you, CAO, for the presentation. Before I ask colleagues for questions and comments, I just want to thank staff very much for facilitating the development of this survey. I think this was a brand new chapter for the municipality in terms of the kind of data that has been collected from the community. And as you rightfully point out, it's good for not only this budget, but for future strategic planning opportunities, and hoping that it will create an opportunity to move from strength to strength in future surveys, and also to develop that engagement reflex in the community to understand how important it is for us to collect this information and to feel that when we are making decisions, that we're making it based on a broader range of voices, opinions, and perspectives. And I was especially happy to hear that we had reached so many young people in this community. I think that is definitely a first for a survey that we have conducted. So just a few comments rather than questions, but I'll turn it over to colleagues for any further feedback, comments, or questions.
Great.
Seeing none, we're good.
Wonderful. So before I hand the mic over to Director Baxter, just a few comments as we head on this journey today. The process and the messaging when it came to preparing the budget started obviously months ago, and Director Baxter will go through the roadmap with you in a minute to remind you of all the great conversations that have transpired throughout the course of the year. But the messaging this year was loud and clear from council and from the community as far as what they wanted to see in regards to a municipal budget. And that is ensuring that we're being very cognizant of the dollars and how they're being spent. And essentially, there was a line-by-line review conducted it's by multiple members, drilled down into the weeds, spent hours and hours and hours going through further analysis on each line where we could find efficiencies and effectiveness and savings. And essentially what was identified is that 2025 was going to be a year of survival and correction. So essentially we're going to continue to maintain the wonderful services that we provide to the residents. But also there was some corrections that needed to be made throughout the budgeting process, and ensuring that there was a clear picture of what the operating costs are for the municipality, and ensure we have a clear understanding, or a clearer understanding, of what it costs to operate the municipality, ensuring that the budget dollars accurately reflect the actuality of what the municipality realizes in those budget lines on an annual basis. So essentially, that's what this budget is going to reflect today as you see it, as we walk through it. That was the messaging, and everyone took that messaging seriously, and each department rolled up the sleeves and dug in from the director level down to the management level, and we spent a lot of time together going through it. When Director Baxter goes through the roadmap, I hope you take the time to reflect on all of the decisions and conversations that have taken place throughout the course of the year and how that has transpired into what is going to be presented to you today. And as always, we're always here to answer any questions. So thank you, Director Baxter. I'm handing it over to you.
Thank you. And Director Baxter.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So looking at the budget roadmap. So we had good feedback, right? As we went and we spent, a full day presenting, as Candace alluded to, last year. And then, kind of a day and part of a day going through and deliberating, and really took note of the comments and the feedback that we got from council, how much information, it is, and things that you were interested in going and looking into a bit more before we went down this path again. And we've done our very best to have made changes based on that feedback. And these are the same points when we talked about our budget kickoff, but I think it's worth a bit of a reminder now, right? Looking to make, you've heard me over and over, make the connections of, this is the annual report, but here are the impacts we need to think about going into the budget. Address some key discussion points that came up during the 2024 budget deliberations when you think about wanting to look at our use of LRW funds, hydro reserves, tax allocation. We'll go through in a minute, but we've touched base on many of those. Provide considerations and decision-making opportunities in advance of the final 2025 budget decisions, and certainly we have already we have done that on several different fronts. We're not going to be talking about tax allocation. We've already reviewed the police budget. Library budget's a little bit still in process, but we've already looked at that one twice. So we're not starting that process, today, and made, as I've already mentioned, some other decisions. Provide some professional development opportunities to expand knowledge on budget-related topics. Even if you think about just understanding how the whole tax levy, how we go from dollars and getting ourselves to actual, the different tax percentages, which I know we all love. But we all got in this room and we went through and built our understanding on that. Then we had MPAC come in and build our understanding on that part. Then I stood in front of you and we talked about the county's tax policies. And then I came in front of you and we talked about the municipal tax policies, right? Establish holistic understanding of the interconnected considerations contributing to the overall budget. And we think about where our reserves are at, where we think about our debts at, where we think about where our comfort is in terms of the tax levy, but also our infrastructure and asset management parts. So we've talked about many of these facets. And then certainly very important final point about simplifying the levy change information for public understanding. And if you'll recall, last year when we were here, you actually provided us clear direction that we were going to speak about an average, right? What is the average impact of the taxpayer, not specific on an urban-rural ward basis. And so you will only hear us talking and presenting today on average. And I'll remind, that is a weighted average, right? That is reflective of the average taxpayer, right? Because just taking, urban and rural and dividing it by 2 doesn't actually get us our real average. And I'll talk about that a little bit more about the weighted aspect of that. So that's one part. We're going to talk about averages. The other part, though, is we're going to talk about dollars, right? The dollar impact to the typical homeowner, right, is the same based on the decisions that we make, whether we're talking about the municipal portion of the bill or the total tax bill. The dollar amount is the same, right? So that's the part we're going to focus on. you're not going to hear me talk about percentages as it pertains to the tax bills today, as we were working through that following on the budget last year, right? The consensus was that we were going to talk about dollars here. And then when we know, right, where the county comes in at for theirs, when we know where LLRW, funds ended up being, when we know what our actual weighted assessment is for taxation purposes, and we're doing those calculations, then we will identify so that we are presenting one percentage that we are coming forward with, right? Being on a total bill basis, which is what we've agreed to at this point, we will present that. So we're not presenting a percentage today and then, one that changes, right? So that is, that's as we've discussed, and just a friendly reminder, that's what we're going to be implementing as we go today. So budget roadmap checkpoints, we've kind of put these into 3 different groupings. One, deriving from annual reports and what are the impact of those, through to the budget. So we've talked about our overall grants policy, the user fees and charges, long-term debt, really with the takeaway that we're not planning on taking on any additional debt at this point in time. Tax levy allocation, our building reserves and where those are at. Same for development charges, recognizing that we want to minimize any use of development charges so that we have a bit of time and opportunity to get caught up, since those have not come in at the anticipated rate, and we're behind on those revenues compared to expenditures. Amortization and post-retirement benefits as it pertains to their non-inclusion in the budget and how we're managing those instead. Professional development I spoke to, but I will remind that we also, in addition to the tax policy, we have certainly discussed asset management. And then other notable items. So we now have a development charges study. We have discussed the LRW and the hydro reserve funds, and we'll be following up on the hydro, later on in the presentation. We've already, reviewed and made decisions on community grants and donations. And we've already looked at the budgets for our library and our police boards. So we really have covered a lot of material, bringing us into today, right? All right, so that is us walking through our budget roadmap. Next, we're going to have each of our departments or service areas speak. They've each got 2 slides, and we're really asking them to speak about the trends, challenges, opportunities, the things that they're experiencing within their departments as they're delivering the services, and then to identify initiatives and strategic goals for 2025. Some of those things will have, a more significant budget impact. Some of those things may be otherwise utilizing their resources or just be important for you to be aware of that don't have a significant budget impact, but important for you to be aware of what that service area is going to be focusing on for the next year. Because certainly, sometimes there might be something else that we want to do, and just because maybe we want to add $200,000, to it, also important to know what else is going on within that team, because there's certainly resource impacts, throughout. So this should give you a good picture of what the plans are for each of the service areas for the next year. All right. So with that, now that she's had a very short break, I'll ask our CAO to come up and start us off.
Man. Okay, we're going to start with the CAO's office. As you know, there was some significant amount of shuffling across the corporation this year with the complete reorg. So essentially, every division except one seen impact, either increased or decreased on the staffing complement and the services that those departments are responsible for. It was significant, a significant shuffle. Each division, the amount of impact. So it made it very challenging when it came to actually comparing year over year for each division, because they're not actually, you're not able to compare apples to apples. So essentially, we're taking an approach to focus in on as we continue to adjust to the reorganization and the new bucket of services under each division, that we're going to explain to you today kind of what challenges and trends and opportunities that were presented throughout the course of the year, and how that swings over into, how we're looking at what's going to be coming forward in 2025, to help you understand how that has been going. So essentially, as you are aware, the WorkWell survey for staff satisfaction will continue. This is the third year of results that was taken in 2024. Heading into the fourth year would be in February of 2025. The inclusion of the cost to continue with that WorkWell survey to stay, in the due course of the people plan is budgeted for 2025. We've seen 3 years of data. You can see it trending in a positive direction, and the staff satisfaction score has gone up, and we've bumped into a good category. And essentially, we want to continue to build on that staff satisfaction, but there's always takeaways. So that survey was presented at a Connect meeting with all of the staff, and we got some good takeaways for the survey. So it was decided to move forward with it again, just to implement the changes that the staff have requested to see, because there is an opportunity there. Of course, with the reorganization, it led to significant effort in building, mending, and redefining relationships internally and externally. It was a significant focus of the year. New team members came together, and then old team members, essentially moved on and had an office in a different facility. And of course, navigating those and building new relationships and dealing with the loss of a relationship, not overall, but not seeing that person on a day-to-day basis and being able to interact. We're focusing on that throughout the course of the year to ensure everyone transitioned and felt comfortable. Of course, this goes without saying. You've heard this multiple times. The CAO's office led the Walton Street Working Group. We met every Tuesday after our SLT meetings, brought the appropriate individuals together, and spent that time discussing phase 2, all of the pivots and divots and digging. I like that. Jeannie came up with that, and I like it, so I'm rolling with it. That we had to deal with throughout phase 2. It was a journey, definitely, but we're coming to a close. But for the last 4 weeks, we've been chatting about phase 3 and essentially what that should look like, lessons learned, takeaways, things that we need to do differently, whether that's from a procurement perspective, whether that's from a engagement perspective. There's a lot of wins from phase 2 that are going to transfer over into phase 3. And if you're not learning, you're not living. So essentially, we have definitely learned some lessons, and those will be implemented throughout phase 3, because it does look a little different complement of impact to property owners in that area, and that is being seriously looked at. So you guys will be left in good hands. The recruitment out of the CAO's office, Director of Environmental Services was added and completed, and he is with us today for the first Port Hope budget. Director of Development Services is ongoing and trending in a positive direction. And then, of course, with the retirement of our Manager of Human Resources, we've onboarded Shannon as the manager, which has been a great addition to the team as well. So it was a busy year, but no rest. So as we head on into 2025, of course, probably the biggest impact is going to be you'll be transitioning to a new CAO. So you'll have your interim, and then you're going to move forward, hopefully not too far into 2025 with the permanent selection. And then, of course, with that comes time. Being able to realize that you need to take a pause and allow that transition to happen organically, and allow those relationships to be built and the team to be able to readjust in regards to that new leadership style. And I think it's very important for both sides of the table to be cognizant that that pause is necessary and very, very important to take the time to allow those relationships to organically come together. Continue to focus on PHAI. Of course, transitioning to small scale sites is a primary focus heading into 2025. That conversation is ongoing. It is significant and is going to see a significant shift in the information or the communication we're having with the residents. You know, as we're impacting more and more residential properties with this project. Again, friendly reminder that the municipality isn't aware, and it isn't we don't have awareness and we're not cognizant of, from a legal responsibility perspective, of those agreements that the private property owners enter into with the government of Canada. But essentially, we are their local government, and so we are here to listen to them. And so as we transition into that stage, you know, there's going to be efforts made, and the Director of Environmental Services will speak to what those efforts are in regards to transitioning into a resident-focused stage of the project and ensuring that we're listening and helping them navigate, but not influence. So that's the key, and that's the difference. So again, community outreach, monitor, assess, and adjust as needed, and continue to build on the positive relationships that have been built with the CNL team. And of course, the ongoing approach to municipally owned properties and what that looks like, and the rollout of those, and the impact of capital work in relation to what the PHA project would like to have accomplished. And sometimes they marry up just nicely, and sometimes they conflict and we have to pivot. But all in all, it all gets done. The strategic plan roadmap, as council is aware, you adopted a roadmap. I was spearheading that process. Obviously, with my exit, I won't be with you to be able to take that initiative on, but it's on here to determine the timing in which you would like to take on the roadmap. You're going to have an interim, whether you wish to continue on with the interim and have that conversation and get the ball rolling, but essentially fully adopting that strategic outcome and those pillars and priorities, I would suggest and recommend with your permanent CAO and leadership. And again, just being cognizant of the pause that I spoke about as you're onboarding your CAOs and going through that process. Ensure resources for Walton Street Phase 3 is essentially a huge part of the CAO's office moving forward. There is no budget allocated in the CAO's department for Walton Street Phase 3 resources, but essentially it's going to be a huge initiative and strategic goal for the office. And then one of my parting gifts is transitioning away from the Penny payroll software into a ADP, more comprehensive human resource software, January 1st, 2025. And the finance and HR teams have been actively pursuing that over the course of the last 2 months, and it's been an aggressive process. It's a lot to transition over, and you know, January 1st, New Year's Day, if you have any thoughts, send them good thoughts our way that we have no bugs to work out that day, and everyone gets paid, and it's all good. But essentially, that's a huge project and a huge undertaking. Of course, not to shy away from the fact that you're going to have to onboard. You've got new directors that are going to have to be onboarded, a new director, so that's going to be significant, and continue to monitor the changes in the structure. But essentially, I think it's going to be important for the new CAOs to come in and be able to also determine things that they've highlighted and what they identify when they come to the table. So not actually pigeonholing them into exactly you shall accomplish this list of things. So there is some room there for them to come forward with their own ideas and to be able to implement some of those. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, CAO. Questions?
Can we ask on the details of the budget?
Councillor Lass.
Okay, so two things, contracted services. You have a $40,000 charge there.
That's the cost of the Workwell survey. That is and money in there for the strategic plan roadmap.
Okay, and the second question is you have a decrease in full-time of 94,000, and then an increase of 161 in another line item. So is the 161 HR related?
Yes, it is.
Two people?
The onboard, well, HR became left finance and come under the CAO umbrella.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? No? Okay, thank you very much, Sue.
Okay, it's my turn. If it's okay with the company mistakes, notes here. Yes. So, this year, obviously, we've been asked to present condensed format, so you'll see kind of opportunities and challenges all at once. I'll speak briefly for drawing on, given what you can see on the screen here. Obviously, for corporate services, we have revenue each year with our IT costs in relation to the continual escalation of cybersecurity threats. Council is well versed in how to deal with those threats. In fact, that doesn't matter if it's a matter of when we have to deal with those matters. So, major impacts to the budget this year in relation to increased costs in cyber insurance, in some fairly significant one-time projects that will help us recover from an incident and stay safe throughout our regular maintenance periods. Line cyber insurance for municipalities in 2025, that's kind of the line flow trip insurance next to our costs continue to escalate as becoming a municipality. Oh. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'll keep going. With respect to challenge, obviously the lack of a strong local media presence continues to be a challenge for spreading the message of the municipality. This year and next year, you'll see more physical signage, more radio, more web boosts, more direct mailers. I think you've seen that in terms of the budget survey presented earlier this morning. I think a major portion of the turnout was in relation to not just the hard work that council put into it, but in the sort of increased opportunity to get the message out in new and various formats, as opposed to sort of our local or our regular traditions in relation to sort of print media that's no longer existent. Capacity constraints continue. The communications efforts related to Walton Street reconstruction are significant and are in addition to everyday tasks. We'll see that continue through 2025 as we look to wrap up a successful project. You'll see the land inventory presented to council in the very near future. We're targeting December 3rd, committee of the whole. When we adopt that land inventory, you'll see we have a significant number of opportunities in relation to disposing of surplus property, potentially even for the development of affordable housing. We do not have, I think one of the first meetings we had with council during orientation spoke to our resources that go towards land management. At this point in time, it's essentially myself. We look to additional resource capacity through the addition of the deputy clerk position you've seen highlighted to assist with that to a degree. In terms of obviously challenges, 2024 presented a unique year for corporate services following the calling of a by-election. We did have to move some objectives from our work plans into 2025. There was a comment made, I think it was during the community grants portion of the budget, or maybe one of the budget roadmap presentations from a member of council with respect to this year's budget, not necessarily being more, but different. I bring that up in relation to the slide there, or the note there about IT support. This year we've proposed in the budget to reduce the number of hours we rely upon Northumberland County and internalize that support effort. Northumberland County is strapped for IT resources much like we are, and frankly, they're not in a position to be able to deliver the number of hours we require through our regular contract in 2025, so much so that we're nearing we're nearing a deficit of nearly 400 hours in terms of IT support from the county for 2024. That's per the last update. That just reflect the numbers leading up to the end of September. So for a very insignificant net difference, we are proposing to reduce our reliance on Northumberland County for IT support and internalize and expand our team. And just following the comment from the CAO, she mentioned one department not being, having gone through a service delivery review. That is the corporate services department. So a lot of our roadmap is adjusting from regular efforts and making adjustments as we see fit moving forward. I have to advance the slide. Sorry, that's okay. That's me. In terms of initiatives and strategic goals, obviously, the creation of that deputy clerk position and expanding some of the services we provide is a major effort for us. You'll see in the budget breakdown the success story that has been our marriage license modernization. We are the target audience or target market from the GTA to come and get a marriage license as a result of those changes. The processes around processing marriage licenses has gone from a 30-40 minute process down to 10 minutes. We've kept our prices moderately lower than some of our area municipalities, and we've seen a tremendous influx in terms of the number of marriage licenses we're processing on a regular basis, and you'll see that reflected in both the 2024 actuals and the adjustments for 2025. We would like to be able to offer, in addition to not processing licenses, but marriage ceremonies. That's a service that a municipality our size is typically providing, and the municipality of Port Hope has not. We would like to expand our service delivery to include that as a sort of regular effort, and we expect that to be a potentially significant revenue generator given our lovely municipality and it being a potential opportunity for an increased number of marriage ceremonies. In the capital side of things, you'll see, much to your delight, I hope, a proposal related to improving the audiovisual components of the council chambers. That's a complete overhaul of our mic system, our audio system, our screens, some of the layout adjustments, get rid of this old projector that's going to overheat in about 45 minutes, and move towards a new modern approach that will enable hybrid support and down the road, hybrid participation by the audience and members of council and staff. So that is on the capital side of things. You'll see that discussed a little further on. I've mentioned the continued communications effort related to Walton Street. I've also mentioned the opportunity related to surplusing property and moving on with the surplus and sale of a number of those properties. We are making some minor adjustments, no major budget impact, but strategic initiatives related to changing our community engagement software to a new, more modern tool that I think a number of municipalities will likely follow suit on. You're used to the bang the table engagement tool. We've got another option we're implementing for 2025. We look forward to continuing to benefit from a highly engaged population. I think I'll leave it there, and I am more than welcome or more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director. And I think certainly the news about coming into the 21st century with our meeting technology and tools is very welcome, and it's certainly overdue. I'll take questions and comments now. Councillor Todd and then Councillor Lass.
All right, thanks very much, Brian. I've got two questions. One was around the land management being addressed to the Shoreline Resources. How does that show up in the budget? What lines on?
I'd suggest you more hands for the department in the form of the deputy clerk position. We don't have a dedicated deputy clerk. We'd be the only municipality in Northumberland County and the only municipality in the area without a deputy clerk position. We have a lofty number of roles and responsibilities for that proposed position, but one of those would be additional support in relation to moving forward on in a more efficient fashion with respect to surplus opportunities.
Yeah, please follow up, and I might have a follow-up to your follow-up. I was always just wondering, why does the land inventory and the dealing of surplus of lands, and maybe this is a question for another day, but while we're on the topic, why does that sit with corporate services and not planning and development?
I'm not sure I can answer that. To be honest with you, just a reminder when we're talking about service delivery reviews, previous strategic plan spoke to a service delivery review for the corporation. There was a change made to that plan, but the previous CAO and service delivery reviews were provided on a department by department basis. In my opinion, that leads to scenarios where it's difficult to make adjustments to very long standing practices. And I'd suggest that land management in my department is one of those historical practices that hasn't been well reviewed. So I'm not saying it would be better in planning or better in corporate services, but certainly I think there's an opportunity for, certainly the conversation could continue into the future with respect to who should be leading some of those efforts.
Thank you. Follow up now from Councillor Todd.
No follow-up. It was actually a different question, so I'm happy if anyone's got follow-up on that.
Okay, well, maybe I'll go to Councillor Les and then come back to you if that's okay. Councillor Les?
Yeah, I'm looking at website administration and it's gone up 200% over the actual for 2024. Is it time to move on from the website?
That's a bit of a loaded question. I'm not seeing where it's gone up 200%. It's increased.
Goes from 4,000 to 13,000. So the actual for 2024
Oh,
was
sorry.
4,000.
Yeah, so you're looking at the year to date for 2024. So it's likely that we haven't processed all our invoices in relation
Yeah,
to the
so
administration.
recently, but
It's
yeah.
certainly increasing due to some corporate changes immediately following the production of our new website. Basically, our website provider was sold to a larger international company. So we are going to have to move forward with some interim adjustments to our website that are going to have some cost impacts, but longer term, I think we're going to be in a position where we have to present to council a request for the funds related to a new website development sooner than we had originally planned. So the costs in relation to the administration of the current website, they are escalating. We don't anticipate them to escalate much further, but this is really keeping us in good shape through 2025. But heads up, we may be back in 2026 with a larger request.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Councillor Todd.
thank you. So I noticed that in both in your trends and I think also again in initiatives, you talk about providing policy creation support and such. Some time ago, council directed staff regarding EDI and anti-oppression framework. Is that captured in that money? Is that going to be a part of that?
The EDI policy with an anti-oppression framework is well underway, and that's being led by our human resources team. So that specifically hasn't been identified, but in relation to sort of future opportunities, the CAO referenced, and I think we've referenced here before, the opportunity for my department to take on a lead role in relation to customer service. Council is familiar with the fact that we don't have a customer service or complaints policy. I see my team, especially with an additional resource, being a lead on those efforts. So that's an example of one of the efforts I'd identify for that additional resource.
Yes.
Follow up to the CAO. So has that been funded through the CAO's budget then, the framework? I know it's underway, but there's enough funding to be able to carry that through for the year.
Yes, there's enough to carry it through, and most of it be realized in 24. You're welcome.
Councillor Mink?
Thank you. So through the chair, I've noticed on the operating budget for the data for corporate services underground, building and grounds, a lot of the 2024 budgets, the actuals so far year to date are higher than the budget. And then next year it goes back down again. And one of the ones that was most noticeable was line 6320, where it was budgeted for, sorry, I can't see, 6,500, but the actual is 73,000, which is about 65,000, and then it goes back down to 20. So what is the reason for that?
I think we'll have a good answer coming when we get to the corporate facilities budget as part of the Parks and Rec budget. At this point in time, I don't maintain any buildings and grounds.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. You partly got to the topic that I was going to ask about, and that was the customer service piece. I'll admit, I did expect that we would see that in your budget this year, but maybe I assumed it would be part of that department and it might show up elsewhere. I know it was summer 2023 when there was a direction for the development of a centralized customer service strategy. And I know when we had our training with the Integrity Commissioner a couple of weeks ago, that question came up about making sure that you're resourced to do things that are outside the norm. Can I ask if there was any discussion about including that in the 2024 budget, or sorry, 2025, and if that's going to come forward?
Yes, so my understanding is the motion that was approved by council was to defer or refer the customer service approach and strategy to the incoming CAO. So essentially, that conversation was had many times throughout the year that I've spent here. But what the reorg essentially and getting that settled, in my view, needed to happen first to get everyone in their new homes to see what efficiencies and effectiveness and accountability that built into the corporate structure. Step one. Step two is the strategic plan. And when looking at the draft strategic plan that was almost approved by this municipal council, customer service was not identified as any significant priority within that strategic plan, but many other things were. So essentially, when deferring it to me, my thoughts were reorganization, strategic plan, and outside of that strategic plan, you're going to have to fund your initiatives. If you're going to have all of the pillars and strategies that you want to see come out of your strategic plan and then continue to have all of these outliers, you're going to circle back around to a capacity concern, as in what you need to have a clear direction under your strategic plan. This is what we want to see in our term. This is what we want to ensure is in place to pass on to the subsequent council. So in my view, significant strategies such as that should be driven out of a strategic plan, no different than if you want to do a corporate service delivery review, strat plan, though, and that should be where they're born. And then fund your strategic plan and fund your initiatives. Otherwise, you're going to be funding all those initiatives and then presenting the opportunity to have these other initiatives and strategies that take up an absorbent amount of resources and time. And there's only so many that the municipality can take on in 1 year and to be honest, in one term. So, and that's really where I landed with it. And so if I was remaining in the chair, essentially it would be following the strategic plan roadmap. I was confident that out of that, it would have identified the significance of having a customer service strategy, and whether that was a one window approach to that, or whether it was 2 window, whatever that looked like coming out of that. And that's how you report back to the community on how you're implementing your strategic plan initiatives.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor Mink?
Thank you. So I've noticed that there's no mention in here or the presentation about animal services. And I'm just wondering where we find that budget line item. And the second is, to my understanding, they're coming in about a month or a few weeks' time to the Humane Society to present where they are as far as what they're working on. Going back a few years ago when we had municipal animal services, we got regular reports because we had council representation, and now we don't have that. So not knowing what the Humane Society is going to present in a couple of weeks, and maybe an ask, how do we account for those costs today?
I think that to answer the first question, the contract for the agreement we have with animal control or through the Humane Society is under the non-departmental budget. And that's I think it's a 5-year contract, and those costs have always lived there, not with the corporate services to budget as much as I've been tasked with sort of leading the efforts in relation to the TNR program and an update on roaming cats. It's certainly good questions. I don't anticipate well, I shouldn't speak for the NHS, but they're coming to speak to their progress in relation to what they can do on the trap, neuter, and return program. I don't have any indication yet what the request might be, but certainly that could be a consideration for council in the future. There hasn't been a number or an additional increase included in the proposed 2025 budget. That is really a service delivery request or service delivery consideration that council is going to have to make moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Adam.
Thank you. So going back to the IT stuff and how we're taking on extra budget for that, as we are not going to be relying on the Northumberland County. We don't contract with Northumberland County. It's not contracted services. It's through our budget to the county. Does that mean we get to reduce the amount of money that we're giving them if we are taking on that service?
We do contract with Northumberland County currently. And I should be clear, we are significantly reducing our reliance on Northumberland County because of the depth of their resources and the breadth of experience and specialization they have in a larger team. We are going to be reliant on them for a much reduced contracted agreement, but it's not split out in our contracted agreements line. It's in our IT technical support line, but we do have a contract with Northumberland County. It's not just a sort of a service we're provided through what we provide to the county through the levy. So it'll be a greatly reduced amount. I think the difference in terms of what we're moving towards with the increased capacity internally, I think the difference ultimately ended up to be under $6,000. So.
One more question from Councillor Adam.
Thank you. So this is, I guess, another IT thing, and you and I have already spoken about this. So kind of with what happened on Walton Street a couple of days ago with our sidewalks and some things that have happened there. I'll just leave that. With IT, is there maybe grants available for the future to potentially add security cameras into our downtown area to be able to monitor in case something comes up?
Thanks. It's a good question. There have been in the past opportunities. The province, in recent memory, pushed funding opportunities for CCTV systems. It's a broader question than simply our IT resources or my team can answer. 2024 was the first year that internally we moved the responsibility of our security cameras at all our facilities under the responsibility of my IT team. Sort of traditionally, it's been sort of the facilities lead or the staff lead at each of our sites that have led efforts related to camera systems, which means we have a patchwork of old camera systems that aren't maintained properly, new camera systems that are maybe not to scale of what we require. So in 2024, we made the internal decision to move sort of the maintenance of our security cameras to our IT division. As our IT division grows and takes on more resources, this is going to put us already has put us in a much better situation on 3 of our facilities, sort of having a system that works under one umbrella. That new system we have for those facilities and will be expanded to other facilities as they come due for replacement may provide for opportunities to add cameras in more sort of public locations or not facilities-based locations, but certainly it's a question we'll have to consider with our police service. I do recall, this is a number of years ago and frankly a different chief at the time, I do recall the police service at the time not being interested in pursuing CCTV funding, or maybe I should say not ready to pursue CCTV funding at the time. As opportunities present themselves, though, we'll certainly consider those and work towards potentially additional capacity with some of the improvements we've already made. I don't have any costs or any sort of estimates as to what that might entail.
Thank you. And just a further comment on that, Councillor Adam, this has been a topic of conversation more lately at the county as well, in terms of strengthening surveillance of facilities, assets, and public spaces. So maybe those future conversations, there might be opportunities for collaboration in terms of funding and applications and coordination. So any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
All right, finance. So what's been going on in our group? So first, and I don't find it exciting either, but increased accounting standards. So asset retirement obligations, looking at the future eventual costs of the removal of things like asbestos in our buildings. Financial instruments, and then some risk elements of it. I just say super thankful for Christine sitting here in front of me, who took care of a lot of this and worked along with us. The point I want to make, other than just recognizing we've had those, because I told you that we had those when we did our audited financial statements, is one is it was a project this year to establish them. The next part, though, is the ongoing impact. And when we look at something about, what is the eventual cost of, I'm just going to pick on asbestos, it's not just asbestos, in our buildings. Recognize now we figured out what that cost is eventually going to be at the end of life of the building, and we're amortizing that out. And then just stick with me for a minute. You don't have to know how to do this. But now every year we are going to have to look at how to inflate that cost, consider that over the entire life of the asset, think about how much of it we've already used up, and add that expense and redo the calculations for the remaining years. So it's not like, okay, we've done it and it's in and we're done. This is now something that we're going to own and we're going to live with, on an ongoing basis. And if it was just one of these types of things, that would be one thing, right? But if you looked at our financial statements, right, there's a lot of different, requirements and things. So I know it is not the exciting part. I know most of our residents, don't sit and pour through and read them. It's just one of those things when we talk about resources, right? And then you think well, why? We've got staff. Well, here's something that we're required to do, right? And then it turns around and gets audited, and we get questioned on how we've done it, whether we've done too much or too little. It's one of those things that certainly has taken many resources this year and is going to continue to be a bit of a drain. Staff capacity challenge. So you have some awareness of this. Certainly there's increased volume as we grow and complexity I've just alluded to. I think helpful to remember in terms of in my entire group now, because we've even had changeover since the last time I was up presenting the budget to you, is we have predominantly new staff. The vast majority of staff have less than 3 years, most less than 2, with the municipality. We also have maternity leaves, and I just, when I was putting these slides together at the end of last week, I hadn't really thought about it this way before, but we have one third of my team on maternity leave within a 12-month period. I don't have a huge team, but just imagine if 1/3 of all the municipal staff were off on maternity leave in a year, how disruptive that would be. And so I find, with our group, and I'm so thankful, we have a great team of hardworking staff. But you only go, so fast when you're learning what you're doing, right? And when we have 1/3 of our staff off on maternity leaves, and the majority of our staff, even if they're not off, who've been here for once or twice, and then we look at interim staffing through the maternity leaves and everything. So as you know, our budget manager right now is off on maternity leave, or our financial planning manager, but who leads the budget process. And the interim staffing is an interesting one because we weren't able to find in today's market someone that could bring the skill set where it would be more advantageous to have them here as a resource as opposed to the work that would require. And so we have, Christine, our finance manager, mainly stays on the operating side, has certainly helped fill some of that gap. This is her first budget. We have Connor, right, who is normally providing the support behind the scenes. This is his, and he was here for the first time last year, and I'm working alongside them, right? So just pulling this together, even though it's a much smaller, say, presentation, is a lot of first times as we go through and pulling it together. And I just think that's some helpful insight, just in terms of where my team is at right now. And then historically, I've been under resourced. So things that like, great work instructions that you'd hop in and well-established procedures and you go through, those are things that we're establishing as we have new people coming in, right? Say, hey, we're going to train you. We need you to start documenting going through this. And in some cases, we've done a good job on that. In other cases, it's very much in development. So, this year with more maternity leaves, starting, I know next year is going to be as challenging and potentially more challenging than this past one has been. But thankfully, I work with good people, and they're great to work with, and they work very hard. The other part, just as a note, is considerable time spent transitioning payroll, to HR. And Candace spoke previously about some of the benefits very briefly about, we are going to be moving to a better system for sure. But I also just want, for a bit of clarity, we have a system right now that is like shoestring, failing. We have to do extra checks to make sure that people are going to get paid even if they submitted their pay. Christine has spent a lot of time on that, problem solving, going through, trying to figure all that out. And now, very active in a supporting role with, with the HR team as we're going, and also in the maintenance, because their new HR manager is going to be learning the new system. There's no point in training her in the old system. So Christine is still providing support, through that. And, that's just where some of our challenges come in when you look at new accounting standards and being behind on the financials and trying to do that, trying to help out more with the budget and trying to help out with the new payroll system. It's a challenge to try and get to some of the other obvious things that we'd like to be working on, and just don't have the capacity to. All right, utility and property tax collection catch up. This has been going quite well. We've had some really great strides and on both fronts, and a lot of this is playing catch up from COVID and with lower activity, and then staffing not being able to have, collections is one of those things you should be on top of all the time. But, if you only have the capacity to get the bills out, that becomes the focus, right? Changing people's accounts, that becomes the focus. Now we're playing a bit of catch up as we've added resources, previously to the revenue team to be able to do this. Mentioned delayed reporting and trying to get caught up. Last year we were at a point where our reporting to the province was so delayed that they were starting to hold on providing us grant funding. We are doing our best to improve on that, but you realize we just had our financial statements in front of you, and part of that was because of these new financial standards and also because of staffing levels, and trying not to sacrifice the budget process so that we could still be here today. So still obviously trying to get caught up. We underwent a project to update our contaminated sites accounting. That is nearing completion, but in many ways is also just on hold because right now we're doing this, and so it's waiting until we can, finish the budget to get back around to it. As you can imagine, we're a little more unique in terms of our role as a municipality within the province in terms of contaminated sites, and so ours is, a special effort, I'll call it, to go through that process. And we have, I wanted to end on a more positive note. So development charges, Connor is working on getting, we have our notice out, and then we have a pamphlet. So even though we think it's done, there's these legislative requirements that we have to go through. And so we're still working on that. But that thankfully is almost complete. So initiatives and strategic goals. So asset management planning is now part of my team, and I certainly give thanks to Julia, who is providing some ongoing support, and had it in a great spot as we're obviously maturing through it. We have our next legislative requirements, coming up in the first half of 2025, when we're actually setting what are proposed and setting levels of service, as well as a financial plan that can support that. And that balance is, a very important component. Continuity during maternity leaves. And so that is going to, that's obviously going to factor into next year. We're going to have minimum of 5 months where I'm going to have 2 managers, very, very capable managers who are going to be off at the same time. We have restoring our annual financial reporting cycle. I very, very much want to finish our financial statements, get all of our reporting to the province, and then be able to switch over and focus on the budget. That's where we should be at. Fully staffed, we would be there. But that, and then we have other ongoing grant reporting, those other parts, right? They all play into it. So one of the things is and we've talked about, is what we're actually doing this year is adding a resource for some of the base accounting functions. That is something that's come up through audit committees, identified by auditors, was identified through a service delivery review. That is going to have, as I said, some of those base accounting functions resourced, and also going to establish some coverage capacity for when we have someone who is off, and some continuity, so that we can, we can move through that better, and not be in a position to be getting behind, and also facilitate best use of our existing resources. Because in the absence, of that, we're then asking someone at the manager level to do things that should not be done at the manager level, which means that there are things that our managers should be doing that they're not doing, because we are focusing instead on doing things like the CRA return, because if we don't do that in time, there are penalties and interest and everything else attached to it. So that is really going to be a huge improvement in helping address some of our issues and concerns. And then ending on a positive, our utility and property tax collection catch up. So as we go through, as we're in the tax sale process right now. I think we have the potential for about 3 rounds of tax sales next year, as Sandy has just been on, and going through and doing those. And we're going to continue doing our utility part. I'm hoping that come 2025, it's going to be a few remaining outliers from a utility standpoint and some maintenance. And that is all that I had. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Baxter. So first question, what is in your water?
Well, I have water, and then I have like fruit-filled protein juice to keep me going.
No, I was actually
know.
wondering about the staff composition.
Oh. I just thought you were wondering what was in my water for my Sandy.
No, but thanks for that clarification too. Any questions or comments from around the table? Yes, Councillor Todd.
Thanks. In lieu of all the catch up that you have to do we need to allocate money to contract services just to get someone to come in and help catch that department up with that? Is that something we should be looking at?
I don't think it's so much about that. We've had things where we've needed, in terms of new standards and things, where we've needed to rely more on contracted services or a consultant than we otherwise would, because we just don't have the resources to be able to get in and go through. I think it's tough bringing someone in, even every time you go to use a consultant, especially for the work that we do, right? There's a lot of prepping them with all the information, having them go to do their work, and then turning around and reviewing it and being like, no, that isn't this, right? And all the work that goes through it. I don't, it's not really a parachute someone in, scenario. And we actually have had to rely on someone who's retired at different points in time to be able to fill in some of those gaps, right? Right now, they're the ones who are leading kind of behind the scenes to fill out our financial information return. We've got our overall, audited financial statements done, but then reaching out and then it's a whole other exercise to pull all of that in. Some municipalities have their auditors and others do it. But it's important we do it to actually understand what that information is and to be able to be consistent with it. So we've done some of that, as needed. Quite frankly, what we really need is just to have this one position will get us to what I consider to be a proper complement. And then we just need to start having some of that consistency. But having a more manageable workload will help, right? Having gone through the compensation review will help, right? Being short-staffed and undercompensated and the stress and then the other projects and things that come up, it creates this kind of perfect storm. And then you have natural things like people getting, having babies, which, is great and they should be doing. And natural opportunities for people to, progress their career and move elsewhere through this natural part. So I really appreciate that thought and consideration. And if we do get to the point where we aren't going to be able to do something, that's where continuity of services, starts to override, and we'll need to bring in whatever resource we need to be able to do that. But we need some stability, really, is the answer.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a quick question, then pass it over to Councillor Mink. I'm wondering if you could just amplify or explain for us a little bit more about some of the successes you've had with back tax collection this year.
Certainly. So Sandra Brown has been, she's been actively, as you know, we send people regular arrears statements, but also, going through the tax sale process is really helpful for maybe those who kind of get the notices, but that doesn't act as the catalyst for, some action. And so going through every year, we typically do one round in the fall where we start sending out people who are, now moving on to 3 years in arrears. Sandy's though has been going through and, following up on those, and depending on where we're at in the process, has been going through and collecting. And once we start doing some of the other steps, it triggers other people to start payment. Often, well, I shouldn't say often, but there's always those that then wait and are a little bit later, meaning, we're about to advertise, we're within a month or 2 months of the actual tax sale process. So I'm getting to, I know the mayor, has some awareness. We've collected over $2 million, probably safely over $2.5 million in back taxes so far this year, which is significant. It is very significant, and the type of thing that, when adequately resourced, we can get on top of and manage these things. And if we don't, they're the things that start to slide. And as you know, like in our audited financial, you saw in our financial statements at the end of last year, right? We didn't have a positive cash balance. Now we had things in place and we had money and investments that if we had, laid everything out, that we could have transferred and whatever else. But we actually, all things being equal, if we had that money in our account, we would have ended the year with a positive, bank balance. And so that's great. That's where we need to be. Some of that is county and education, right? That we had never collected, but had to pay, to those other two bodies. So really great. And we have more coming. So we're going to keep working on that. Momentum.
And thank you for sharing that. I think it's a very important accomplishment. So thank you very much for the efforts for your team on that, Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So going back to the conversation of staffing, in my 6 years of being here, it seems particularly the finance department, this is a trend over 6 years, is that there's a lot of maternity leaves, a lot of staffing turning over. So 2 questions. Have in this past however many years, like looking outside of this year, have you seen any improvements or stability at all? And the second question is, we're going into strategic planning, and I think often, especially the community, doesn't necessarily look at internally HR, succession planning, continuity, that type of thing. And I know finance isn't the only department that has some staffing challenges, especially with maternity leaves and so on. So do you see any opportunity for council to consider some type of HR strategy to include in a strategic plan to help keep the staffing levels?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So let me start a little bit. One part is we've been kind of short a staff person, as you know. I've been here several budgets, with that ask. The other, I think the positive part right now is that more of our staffing challenges have to do with maternity leaves. Those people are coming back. And so that is a positive. It's still a challenge, right, from just a continuity of resourcing. But I think that's a good positive, change. Where I haven't had people leaving because they can go make, more money next door, or, you know what I mean? So I think that part has been helpful. In terms of an overall, strategy, I don't know if our CAO wants to speak to that. I think there's ways that council can support staff that isn't necessarily just an internal HR strategy, right? Whether that's the interactions, whether that's the additional workload with different projects and different things. I think that's where, if we had a strategic plan with 3 to 5 things and we kept our focus on those 3 to 5 things, I think that would be a huge relief internally, to feel like we're all working in the same direction and have fewer surprises and fewer additional, asks. I think that part's huge. I also think from a staffing standpoint, it's, really important that we maintain doing our compensation reviews. Everyone's doing them. There's been lots of change in terms of the market. It's very competitive. We've been, after we did our last compensation review, I think we were getting better applicants, even in a difficult market. I think that part's helpful. I've been here long enough to have seen a council turn around and say, that's great, we're not going to look at that, right? That is incredibly challenging, from a staff standpoint. And, you've got high expectations, right? We need to be able to attract and maintain good, strong staff. I think that, for me, are kind of the two, best ways. I think the rest of it is, really something that, we would work, as a senior leadership team with our CAO and focus in on. Happy if anyone wants to add anything. But for me, those are the two things that come to mind, when you bring that up.
Thank you for that. And at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you very much. Okay, we can move on then with our next presentation.
While our CAO comes up to speak, if I may, so just to let you know, oh, there they are. I just want to say thank you to our corporate services team. So the presentation we're going through, for those who are online and for everyone else, if you want to go back on a break, is posted on the agenda, and the survey is posted on the My Port Hope site. Just so you're aware, if you want to reference any of it or follow along at your own time, okay?
Okay, in lieu of a Director of Development Services, I will be presenting this division. As you can imagine, the resignation of the director of that department created a challenge, but it also created an opportunity as we go through the recruitment of onboarding a new director. But we also, during the course of the year, in addition to the reorg and building services moving under development services from fire, We had a new CBO and a new deputy CBO. So lots of changes in that department. Of course, we continue to experience the recruitment challenges with planning. It is a province-wide concern. It is something we are basically all competing with each other for the same people, and those are some are traveling around the province, and so essentially we're all robbing from each other, the talented registered planners, and so that trend is continuing. That said, we did onboard a experienced planner this year, and he's been a wonderful addition to the team, but we currently have 2 vacant positions in that department. We started the year with 2, we're ending the year with 2, even with the onboarding of that position. Filming of Welcome to Dairy Season 1. As you know, you just received that excellent report from ECDEV in regards to the impact of filming to the municipality, to the residents, to the businesses, to municipal operations, but also focusing in on the opportunity that is created, being known as a filming center. So that's great. Something we'll talk a little bit further, but obviously the impact of that is still being felt, and we're still assessing and determining what that's going to look like. If season 2 is approved, it is scheduled to commence filming in 2026, which allows for the opportunity for a filming policy to be implemented to ensure that we are capitalizing on the opportunity from a revenue perspective, but also ensuring that we have made a conscious decision as a municipality as to whether we're opting in or opting out of filming, and in what capacity are we going to continue to participate in that sector. We commenced the tourism strategy in 2024. A draft has been completed. It is currently paused in the CAO office. So I have reviewed the proposed strategy. Its current state is stating that the end of the story has been told as to the potential direction that the municipality can take that department and take tourism as a strategy for the entire municipality. Where we need to do some additional work, and where the consultant is going to work with the incoming director and the economic development team, is rounding out the front end. So it needs some front end infrastructure in regards to providing the breadcrumbs as to why they're making the final recommendation that they're making. And it hasn't been socialized through all departments and divisions amongst the municipality. And then eventually it'll come to council, I suspect, at the beginning of Q2. Economic Development Strategic Plan initiatives. So an economic development plan was approved by council, which is great. So you can see that there's ongoing initiatives that are going to take place in 2025, but really with the departure of the director, there is some, such as the tourism strategy, it's going to move forward into 2025. It wasn't completely finished in 2024, as well as moving forward with filming policies, continuing the business forums, looking at what we're going to be doing with destination marketing, etc. There was support for the Walton Street Phase 2 in regards to the free lunch program, which was spearheaded by the economic development team. The destination marketing initiatives, you've seen a recent staff report in regards to that, so I won't rehash that. It is a successful rollout. And then, of course, most recently out of that department, the planning department is always busy in regards to planning applications. But we are seeing it, what you've seen last is a telecommunications policy in regards to the municipality's approach in the future in regards to cell tower management. Initiatives and strategic goals for 2025. Again, in lieu of a director, we didn't want to actually paint too thick of lines around exactly what that director is going to be doing. Obviously, the economic development strategic plan, but that's only one portfolio. Planning and building services is also a significant part of all of the activity that takes place at 5 Mill Street. But ultimately, there's still significant amount of business that needs to move forward, and development doesn't stop. So those conversations need to continue. So when that leader is put in place, they'll have to look at building that team, continuing to onboard. There's so many new members in that building this past year, as well as obviously the leader being new, and then with the new CAO coming in, being able to ensure that 5 Mill Street as a whole, that facility, that team comes together in a cohesive manner. Develop a terms of reference for a redefined development review team. So this is a task that has just been recently assigned. It is something that, if remaining in the chair for not too much longer, that would have been, there has been some initial meetings and initial direction has been given, but it is going to be an undertaking that will ensure that the approach to development internally and how we communicate externally to potential developers and stakeholders is more defined. Our process currently is legacy. It's historic and hasn't been looked at for a significant amount of time. And as you continue to evolve and as we continue to see changes in priorities, changes in development, we need to ensure that the right people are around the table at the right times, and that they're reviewing the right applications at the right time, and that we're responding in a timely manner, and that we're responding with comments that can be responded to in a timely manner, and just continuing to move files forward. So terms of reference for redefined development review team is going to be welcomed. It's more of an internal process, but is going to be a welcome change and has been a welcome discussion internally amongst the members that it affects. Continue working with Northumberland County on the official plan. As council is aware, the last activity on that, the mayor was directed to take that conversation forward to the county, and they so willingly obliged to take a pause on regards to the proposed mapping for the Port Hope area in regards to the official plan. And that conversation is ongoing, and they are undertaking studies as we speak. It'll be something that the new director is going to have to sink their teeth into relatively quickly to ensure that the municipality remains up to speed as that process moves forward. And I doubt you will see it in 2025, but stranger things have happened. But 2026 is what I suspect, and then you'll head on into updating your zoning bylaw. Completion of the tourism strategy, as we just chatted about, continue recruitment of the planning staff. The CIP for affordable housing has been on the docket for a bit. I think that follows the trend of continuous kind of revolving door in departments, tends to lead resources to keep the lights on, the day-to-day files, but anything that is an outlier or a special project per se is the first thing that tends to fall off, considering when you've had multiple vacancies in the same department for multiple years. And when you see complex development files coming forward, when you have multiple OLT files that affect the same department, all of those things, you have no choice. The Ontario Land Tribunal will trump us putting a new CIP in place every day. So it's just conflicting resources. Capitol Theatre lease is something that has been on the docket. The previous director had identified that conversation should take place after the tourism strategy has been defined and identified. That has been communicated to the Capitol Theatre and seems to be an amicable way to move forward. So that conversation has been paused until the tourism strategy is determined, and we can take a holistic look at our relationship there and what that lease structure looks like. Continue with Walton Street Phase 3. Of course, from a business continuity perspective, one thing that we have learned through Phase 2 is how to communicate and what that recipe is that works. So the consultant that provided services for Walton Street Phase 2 from an interview perspective to complete those IDIs will continue to do so during Phase 3. So they will be interviewing those impacted, providing a report to ensure that we're able to provide the information and address the main concerns and priorities of those that are impacted. And then, of course, at the end of the project, looping back around and ensuring that we are doing the same process that we did for Phase 2, interviewing everyone near the end, and what does that look like, and what is the final report, and what are the recommendations. Of course, I'm sure with the onboarding of the new director and the economic development team, they may come up with another initiative. They did the free lunch. Obviously, the complement is different for phase 3. I think there's about 12 businesses impacted in the phase 3 section, so much different than what we've seen in phase 2, but nonetheless, those businesses require support. The floodplain mapping and subwatershed study that was approved in the 2024 budget. I think we touched on this briefly at a previous meeting. So the GRCA hasn't commenced that scope of work. So we have budgeted to complete 50% of the scope of work in 2025, and then the remaining scope of work will be completed in 2026. We feel that that's a reasonable time frame to support the other responsibilities that the GRCA has on their plates as we sit here. So as we've been going through the development of the budget, we have taken a strong look at all of the lines and all of the impact of the budget as we continue to move into an arena of increasing pressures of inflation and costs of infrastructure, et cetera. And the original, when we started day one of development services budget, the one-time asks were $975,000 for the one-time asks. And so essentially that was, I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of percent of an increase that was, but essentially what it showed me was that although that wasn't achievable and doable, because that would be over 3% to the levy alone, that essentially, though, there was obviously some significant ambition and some significant priorities of that division. And I don't feel that this budget in its current form particularly reflects that. And I feel that there's opportunities as council, continues their thought process as they continue to hear each division be presented and the constraints and concerns that are bringing forward, that if there's any opportunities to take a look at anything, economic development is probably what I say on the skinny side of things when it comes to what is currently being built in for the initiatives that would like to be supported, such as there's money in there for the filming policy. There's money in there to continue to support some destination marketing activities, but not to really build out any further supports under the economic development strategic plan. So it's pretty light from what we've even seen in previous years, and it's significantly lighter than what was originally proposed. But continuing on the trend of maintaining levels of service and maintaining budgets, it was pared down. But leave it with you all to reflect on as we continue to move through today's discussions.
Thank you, CAO. Questions and comments from around the table, Councillor Less.
Yeah, when we look at the severe decrease in building permits, that points to two things. One, capacity, which you've addressed, that we just don't have the planners. But the other thing is customer service, and service satisfaction is awful. I mean, it's the worst qualifier on the survey at 18.3%. Nobody's lower. And we've been aware of this problem for years, and we have not addressed it successfully. And I think the new director has to take that in hand. I mean, what we're doing is not working for the developers, for people that want to build here. It is not working.
Thank you, Councillor Less, and the CAO wants to make a comment.
Yeah, it would behoove me not to respond to that. I'll use council's word back to them. So essentially, I don't think I would describe any service that the staff provides as awful, but I do understand that there are concerns that exist in regards to the community members, and specifically on legacy files. If you were to look at the majority of concerns that are currently within that department, the majority of them are ongoing in legacy, and they have been through multiple CBOs, multiple deputy CBOs, and multiple inspectors. I currently don't have any complaint on my desk that the file was born with the current complement of staff. And so what I have deduced it to is essentially up to 4 CBOs on some of these files and different approaches and how they view things, see things, communication styles, etc., vary and are quite different. But the files that are starting and finishing with the same staffing complement, we're not seeing the same amount of interactions with the mayor and CAO's office that we are seeing with the files that have been around for a number of years, or developers that have been exposed to our previous CBOs and prefer their approach. So essentially, I agree that the customer service in these departments need to be addressed, but I can assure council that you have competent and considerate staff within that department, and building services does not have any vacancies within that division. There's 3 positions, they are all fully filled. 2 out of the 3 are 6 months old. It will be included in my notes to pass on to the new director as something that has been identified as a concern, and I will be pushing forward the thought of the concierge role, the file manager role, to kind of create that liaison between the technical aspect of files and the communication and relationship building with the development community, and potentially taking a look if we're not able to fulfill one of the 2 planning roles and we continue to see those vacancies, that potentially, one of those vacancies could be filled with a role like that to address some of those concerns. But I appreciate the comment.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I did not say awful. I said customer service is not working.
And I'm just going to do a follow-up to that before I move on to Councillor Mink, and that is, would you be able to just give us an update on when you anticipate that we may see a new director in place? And secondly, will that director, with the budget in front of us, will they have enough flexibility and resources to deal with some of the needs and issues of this department to grow in the way in which it ought to, in terms of economic development, planning, the concierge type of role and or services that may be required? So just a couple of general questions around that.
Sure. So the recruitment for the director is ongoing. Round 1 interviews have been completed, with a phase of round 2 being completed this afternoon at 5 p.m. So things are trending, but not completed. So I have no sense as to when that person would be onboarded, but I'm sure an update will be forthcoming to council in regards to the successful completion of that recruitment opportunity. When it comes to planning, yes, that would be the department in which this concierge role, for lack of a better term, would live. And there is the allocation, because we have those 2 vacancies. So there is the ability to onboard that person, understanding that under the current budget, you wouldn't be able to onboard 2 planners if we were so grateful in receiving, plus this concierge role. When it comes to building services, they're a net zero impact to the tax levy. As you know, they fund themselves, or they're supposed to continue to fund themselves without impact to the levy, but they have their own reserve. When it comes to economic development, I will just loop back to my previous comments when I state that I think if council is reflecting on any conversations throughout the course of today, I do believe that the economic development department is light.
Thank you. Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So just continuing with this conversation, I would agree with you that saying the individuals providing customer service is inaccurate to say that they're not doing a good job. From what I have seen, I think the root cause is in having a professional background in process improvement and change management is a role that we are missing in the municipality. And I think a lot of these pain points is because of a lack of process improvement, and sometimes adding individuals to deliver customer service. It's costly to keep adding bodies to try to improve customer service when the issue is that individual that has time to sit down and look at processes and look at the change management process, that can often alleviate even roles and the cost of roles if we have operational efficiencies. In my time being here, we've never looked at somebody that can just sit down and look at the overall processes in the municipality. And I think that's why we start working in silos, is because we don't have that individual that's bringing everything together to make sure there's fluidity between departments. So I just wanted to put that out there, that adding individuals might not be the answer long term. It's just an extra cost with not necessarily the result that we're looking for.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Two things. One, I highly recommend that you consider that thought process during your strategic plan, because essentially taking a look at service is a service delivery review, and taking a look at what the building department, though, is very structured. Most of what they do and the process in which they do it is defined. So essentially, they receive an application. It needs to be deemed complete before it moves forward. They have 10 days once it's deemed complete in order to then respond on the permitting. And then we go into plan review, go into inspection, et cetera, et cetera. From a process perspective in building specifically, I don't think it would take a lot to actually review what it is that they do, because it's so regimented, it's so technical, it's pretty black and white, that I think if there was any inefficiencies there, they could be actually recognized relatively quickly. So in a service delivery review for that department, is my understanding, that has never taken place to date. And if one has taken place, it's a number of years old. I've never seen it. So there may be an opportunity. But that said, I do believe when it comes to planning and building, it's a language barrier from the perspective of technical expertise based on regulation, legislation, and policy versus a customer service explaining the why this regulation exists, why this policy exists, why the act says this, the mays versus the shalls. And I think what happens is that that's where the conversation breaks down, and people aren't taking the time, back to your point, to have those conversations in an environment where it is a two-way conversation versus an enforcement and a permitting conversation. And that's where, in my view, based on the conversations I've had, and it's not necessarily unique to Port Hope in those particular divisions, that it's a language barrier between what they go in and enforce. They go in and say, you shall do this. And then there's not a conducive relationship back and forth as to sitting down and, rolling up the sleeves and going through. And then the relationship breaks down. And then it just snowballs and becomes worse and worse and worse with each conversation. So I think it's twofold. I think looking at the process is important, but I also think how we are delivering those services and how we're having those conversations and how we're taking opportunities to build those relationships within our communities is equally as important from my chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Todd.
Yeah, thanks very much. Everything you said, I think, really landed for me, including the comments that you just gave now. Having worked with the planning and economic development team for the last couple of years, they're a passionate, hardworking group of people who get a lot of work done for with a small team. I also, when I looked at the budget and I was going back and looking at the activation plan around economic development, I agree it did look a little light. I appreciate the fact that swinging for the fences is not where we're at right now, but considering the fact that our council called out economic development as one of the pillars moving forward. It's going to be one of the things that we need to diversify our tax base, and then thumbing through some of the survey results around it's one of the pillars that people want to make sure that we're sustaining. So I think there is some reflection points that we can do on that, and maybe there's a budget play in here that we need to look at. Thank you for that.
Great, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the next presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to introduce everyone's favorite department, Protective Services. Not as exciting as my friends from finance, but we'll get through this. One thing I would like to point out, and this is something that, I'm pretty proud of, to be quite honest with you, is the level of service satisfaction in our budget survey, speaking to the fire service, being over 75% satisfied with the level of services currently provided by the fire service. Very proud of our members and the work they perform every day to provide that service. So I just wanted to mention that. When it comes to levels of service, you'll see a lot of the trends that are happening within the fire service are directly related to our levels of service. Currently, year to date, comparison to 2023, we've seen almost a 15% increase in calls for service. And we're taking a look, we're going to put numbers to that. It's about an extra 100 calls in a year, right? So an example of the increase we look at specifically in the summer, in June and July, over the months of the summer, we had over 25% increase in calls for service, right? And majority of those are out of Station 1. Station 1 is manned by 30 firefighters. So if we take a look for a call for service, we think it's increased 15% or 100 calls. Now, one call, a minimum of 4 firefighters have to attend. So that's 400 seats we have to fill. And that's an increase on top of the regular 700 calls for service we get on a yearly basis, right? We've almost reached the calls for service that we did last year. Currently, we're almost there. And we're going to break the 700 mark, call for service mark this year, absolutely. And that's never been done in Port Hope Fire. So we're going to respond to more calls than we ever have this year. And that's definitely a trend and a challenge, right? Recruitment and retention of our staff is something that I focus on and is very important because it costs a lot of money and time and we're going to talk about training requirements for firefighters. To get a firefighter on board, you got to raise the platform. So, check one. We're good? Okay, so we're going to talk about that because the investment we're making this year, we're fortunate. We're only going to have to fill 8 recruit firefighter spots. We'll be doing that in January as part of the recruit program. But you can see, obviously, the amount of time and money to bring a firefighter up to snuff to actually fulfill the role and jump into a seat. And it takes time, money. And we want to try to retain the people that we are. And we're doing pretty good. On average, we're seeing about a 10% turnaround on staff. And to be honest with you, it's not people leaving because they're unhappy with the fire service. It's either the time commitments are becoming too much for them. And they just can't dedicate the time because month after month, year after year, the requirement for training, the requirement for attendance of calls for service are increasing. And these are folks that have full-time jobs. These are folks that have families. These are folks that have farms and they have obligations, but they put their community first and they're doing what they can, right? So we're coming up with strategies on how to attempt to decrease those levels of service, but we can't predict and we can't limit how many times people call 911 in a day, right? 2 weeks ago, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., we had 9 911 calls that Station 1 and Station 2 had to respond to. So we think about that during the day, how many people are at home who are on our staff having to either leave work, leave their children, wake up because they're working night shift to respond to those calls, right? So that's definitely one of the challenges we're seeing within the fire service. And because we're seeing more calls, you're going to see that impact in the hours that we're having to pay out, because we're talking about budget here today. That's an increase, right? We're having to pay these folks for the good work that they do every day. And that's a budgetary increase that we're seeing. And you're seeing the percentage increase right there. Another increase related to hours is mandatory certification. So by the end of 2025, all our firefighters who perform firefighting duties have to have a certain level of certification that's mandated by the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. We've done a really good job, and we're in a really good spot in comparison to a number of other municipalities when it comes to mandatory certification. But you'll see there's about 59% increase in training hours forecasted for 2025 to ensure that our staff have the required certification to perform their duties that we ask them to perform every day. right? And we're not going to get into the certifications and the numbers and all those good things, but by the end of 2025, if firefighters don't have certain levels of certification, we are actually going to have to look at pulling those people from actually performing the service until they get certified. In 2026, we're going to move forward, just to kind of let you guys know that we're getting into some of our technical stuff. So we're going to have to look at like swift water rescue, ice water rescue. We have to ensure all of our staff have that level of certification before they can perform those tasks as well, right? So this is not something that's going away. I think it's a good thing, but there's costs associated with the training, and the biggest cost associated with the training is the hours for these folks to perform it, right? Generally 40 hours, 80 hours to complete a course, times we have 80 firefighters, right? So I can borrow David Baxter's calculator, but I can tell you that's where the increase comes from. Also, we're seeing an increase in municipal law enforcement activity. Folks are reporting issues more. I think we have a great team in our bylaw enforcement office. I think the supervisors that we hired was a great addition to our staff. You can see over the past 4 or 5 weeks the amount of good proactive work that they've been able to do. And I have faith they're going to be able to continue that work into 2025. But we've seen an increase for calls when it comes to property standards. These are not simple calls. They're detailed, they're time consuming, they're very comprehensive. And we're definitely seeing an increase related to that. And that speaks to hours. But I think we have a good handle on it. And especially with the additional resource, we're in a good spot. So some of the initiatives and strategic goals is, as you know, we're currently developing, we're finalizing our municipal rail safety plan, the evacuation plan, transportation plan, and also our continuity of operation plan, which we hope to present at the end of this year to council, all funded through a grant I received through Transport Canada. So I think it puts us in a really great position to deal with emergencies related to those aspects. Another part that came out of the budget survey, what I thought was interesting is the residents thought it was a priority to ensure that we invest in items within master plans such as the fire master plan. And I couldn't agree more, says the fire chief. Okay. But I think it's important because the community's identified that items within that fire master plan and other master plans are important and should be a priority when we're making investments. So when you take a look at some of the capital projects we're looking at, the continuation of the design of Station 2, which badly needs to be replaced, the investment in our fleet, which we identified in the fire master plan as well, to ensure we're maintaining standards and providing the adequate equipment for our firefighters to safely do their jobs. So those are some of the goals we're looking at. Also looking at implementing some agreements. You can see that I've done a bunch of agreements with surrounding fire services over the past couple of months. We're going to continue with that work, specifically related to a response to the Ganaraska Forest. Working closely with the Clarington Fire Chief and Cavan Fire Chief because we're responsible for over 4,000 acres of that forest. 4,000. That's just in Port Hope. So we're going to establish mutual aid agreements so we can work together and share resources to respond to an emergency situation in the forest if we're required to. One of the big things that we're currently working on and will be in place in 2025 is implementation of the countywide digital radio system, which is going to also include upgrade of our dispatching system through Peterborough Dispatch to Next Gen 911. And it's going to require us to actually upgrade our CAD system and our RMS software as well. As you'll see that budget increase as well. Not substantial, but it's there. We are going to be working on the development and implementation of a municipal fire prevention policy. We just onboarded a new fire prevention inspector. So our deputy and our inspector are working on that. We're going to see that next year, which I think is a great thing. The first 3 lines of defense when it comes to a fire safe community, public education, fire prevention, code enforcement, and then response, right? If we can never have the fire trucks leave the hall, that's a good day, but we know that's not reality, right? So we focus on the first 2 lines of defense, and the implementation and development of that policy is a great next step. Yeah, I think that's about it. If anyone has any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I'm going to kick off with one, actually, maybe a couple of questions. One is around the new emergency service digital radio service. As I understand it, Director Williams, when you respond to a call that, say, on the 401, you can bill the MTO for your response and for your services. But if you are second on the scene for a medical situation or issue, when we've had the paramedics show up first, you are not billing anybody, including the county, for showing up at that scene, even though you may be providing an essential life-saving operation. And I mention this because in the service awareness part of the budget survey, we have a very high percentage, over 40% of the Port Hope population that actually thinks that the municipality provides paramedic services or funds paramedic services, which in fact is a county responsibility. But I wonder, is there an opportunity for some cost recovery to ensure that if you are providing a service for which the county receives money to provide a service, that there could be some billing for that support, especially under the new system?
Okay, so just a couple of aspects to that question. So you are correct. We perform emergency response on any of the Queen's highways. We do bill Ministry of Transportation for that response. So that is for cost recovery. Currently, we have a tiered response agreement with the Northumberland County paramedics. They are the ones who provide paramedic and ambulance service. It's not the municipality. So that's to make that very clear. But you are correct. The highest percentage of our calls within our municipality are medical calls. We do not receive any compensation, remuneration, or cost recovery from either the county and or the province. Northumberland County paramedics are partially funded by the province. And right now, currently within the province of Ontario, this is not a Northumberland County or Port Hope area issue. There is no cost recovery measures in place for a lower tier municipality to recoup costs for an upper tier municipality or from the province related to medical response.
Thank you for that clarification. I think
And I just want to touch, I think, just expand on your question as well. There's a new CAD system being implemented through the Northumberland County paramedics through Lindsay Ambulance Communication Center, probably in the spring of 2025. The hopes of this system that's being put in place that will it will lower the level of calls that we're being asked to attend to assist paramedics. Is going to be a needs-based system. It's been implemented in Durham region and Peel region, and they have seen, the fire services there have seen some positive impact and a reduction in calls for service related to medical calls. So I also hope to see that.
And just one final question, comment question. I was really pleased to see the increased investment in protecting the Ganaraska Forest. And especially given the fact that we know when nothing happens, it seems that the eye's not always on the ball, assuming that everything is okay. So I was really pleased to see that. But I'm wondering, are we where we need to be in terms of the protection of the forest and coordination with the county and the protection of the forest? And even more specifically, is there a potential to explore more technology for actual forest fire prevention and or speedier responses should a fire be starting?
So to ask your question, actually, I'm part of a working group, a member of emergency services, the Ganaraska Forest, and a number of external stakeholders that get together on a bi-monthly basis to speak about safety aspects related to the forest, including but not limited to wildland fires. One of my first meetings was several months ago, and I saw some of the gaps and some of the areas of potential improvement that we could work towards. I've made application for 2 separate grants to fund a wildfire protection plan for the Port Hope aspect of the forest. because right now there is no plan. The plan does not exist. So we're in the infancy stages of the development of that plan. Right now, we're investing in resources to adequately respond to a potential forest fire, because I don't think it's if, it's when. Unfortunately, with the climate change, with the environmental impacts, with the derecho that went through, and the lack of funding to the forest, and the lack of cleanup and maintenance of fire breaks within the forest, is definitely a high risk hazard to our community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So that was going to be one of my comments was the forest. So just to add to that is that I'm getting more and more questions from people, just the general public, especially in the summer when we hear about wildfires, asking what protection does the forest have? Being on the GRCA and understanding the impacts of the destruction of the forest and how that will impact the entire watershed as far as floodplain mapping and so on. It's not just a forest fire, but it's the viability of our entire watershed if something were to happen. So thank you for that. And I think that potentially having some communication out to the community once the working group has more progress is something that people want to hear. So I have a comment, but then I'll follow another comment and I'll follow with a question. The other concern that I have is, of course, the future development of Osaka. And in the fire service master plan, the only really comment was that was the farthest community from any fire station. And with the mutual aid agreement, I don't think Clarington has really anything closer. I think Orono is the closest. So that is a concern for me, and I'm hoping with Fire Station 2 we can kind of alleviate, or sorry, the new Fire Station 2, we can alleviate some response time there.
Agreed.
But hopefully in the new service master plan, we'll look at that far western community a little closer. My question though, regarding calls to service with the new burn permit process, have you seen a reduction or has there been no change, or can you speak to that?
So thank you for the question. So it obviously hasn't lowered our calls for service, but directly related to calls for service for burn complaints. I don't have the numbers. I can definitely get them. But what our new free burn permits provide is real-time information to our staff in the trucks to be able to pull up the calls and see if there's a burn permit in existence. So once a call comes in, our administrative staff, before the trucks actually leave, can determine whether a permit is valid. We just actually had a call on the board of Hamilton Township where someone called 911 from the 401 thinking that there's a barn on fire, and meanwhile there's an agricultural burn that was permitted and allowed. So we're actually able to pull up that information, stand off our crews, save the crews from responding because we're able to pull up that real-time information. So we definitely have seen the benefit of the system.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. Oh, yes, Councillor Todd.
Yeah, sorry, slid under the wire there. There was a line in the budget on property standards. I'm going to call it revenue. It doesn't have the word revenue attached to it, but it's got the bracket, so I'm just going to call it that. Yeah, cost recovery. $68,750 budgeted for this year on property standards versus $7,500. Can you give some insights on that, Jim?
Absolutely. That's the new amendment that was just put in place for our fees and charges bylaw. So our new supervisor of municipal law enforcement, we made that the amendment to the fees and charges bylaw that was passed by council, and that was for cost recovery efforts related to the issuance of orders, property cleanups, prosecutions, to ensure that it costs not only time, but it costs money to deal with these matters. And now with the new fees and charges bylaw that's in place, that's the cost recovery dollars that we're seeing there to offset the operational costs.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to our next presentation.
I guess I'm not as tall as Jason, so. Good morning, everyone. So I have the privilege of speaking today to you related to Parks, Recreation, and Culture. A little bit different from years past, where this includes corporate facilities as well, where we've kind of combined them into the same presentation. So related to trends, challenges, and opportunities, the first one that I'd like to highlight to you, and it does kind of speak a little bit to the first question that you had, Councillor Mink, about buildings and grounds, is we've seen some significant challenges with increased repairs and maintenance occurrences, more so from a surprise, we have to fix it component. This includes significant HVAC, mechanical, and electrical, and some incidences as well. We had a significant incident at Jack Burger related to an electrical fire. Some of these are offset by insurance or grants. So the matter that you inquired about, Councillor Mink, about the buildings and grounds for Town Hall was specifically offset by a grant. It was the COVID recovery grant for the IT and finance offices at Town Hall. So this presents as a challenge in understanding, short and long-term facility condition and assessments related to specific pieces of equipment and our unforeseen issues that are arising. The next one to highlight for you is the continued offering and management of significant program and recreation participation increases. We have seen growth in all areas of our program participation, including registration, admissions, even our sports field rentals. So for your awareness, the capacity in some of these areas are nearing, we call it the ceiling, or meeting capacity. Some examples for your awareness include a 26% increase in program, aquatics, and fitness registration in a 1-year term. So this is a year over year, not highlighting the growth that we had seen previous to that as well. A 22% increase in day camp participation this year, a 15% increase in 55 plus memberships, a 35% increase in parks reservations over last year. So this is good news. With a 1 year under our belt of the operation of the town park expansion, we are meeting targets that we thought we would meet in 3 years. So a good news story, but also identifying that we need to take some time to evaluate what our scheduling is, what our impacts to our staffing complements are, and to better understand what these impacts are. So staff currently do have planned in Q2 of 2025 to provide an information report to council, which will identify the challenges related to these growth opportunities, as well as some efficiencies that we may be able to come forward with recommendations, as well as a high-level fee review opportunity. Related to fees, we did include, we call it part of our pandemic recovery. In 2021, we completed a fee review, and at that time, very intentionally, we had maintained our fees at the level they were with an annual increase. Our intention this year, in early 2025, is to dive into what our costs are for specific program types. So the easy one to highlight, which has been our biggest challenge this year, is day camp, for example. So attributing what are our costs related to day camp, what are our challenges? We do have significant ratio challenges that we've experienced over the last number of years with day camp, in the sense of, we have young children coming to our program, we have behavior, we have special needs considerations, all need to be reviewed as part of the cost to run the program, and also the cost that we're passing on to the registrants. Another item to highlight, very successfully in 2024 alone, Parks, Recreation, and Culture had submitted and were successful in over $750,000 in applications to grants, and are currently implementing those. That is a significant investment from a staff capacity and staff resourcing. It's really something we're very proud of in the department and across the corporation related to this. But it also does come with impacts to the ability of staff to be able to identify that it's really positive when we have an opportunity to offer something new, or when we're able to implement a new amenity, for example. But there is so much work behind the scenes related to the requirement for not only completing the application, completing the implementation, but also the reporting on all of those grants. So it is something that I identify as an opportunity, but it is also a challenge. The next one related to efficiencies in some operations. I'm very proud of the Parks, Rec, and Culture team who have identified that there are a number of efficiencies that we could take a little bit of a step back and identify, is there an opportunity to make this occur in a different way, to identify some efficiencies. So a few minor examples related to that is the pool shutdown, where we had in the past, we had a biannual shutdown. We still do, but it's a little bit of a lower scope of work in each of those years when they're shut down. Whereas the opposite year, so that would be 2025, for an example, we are doing some minimal maintenance requirements that are to occur during what would have occurred, during shutdown on an annual basis. So, for example, changing sand in the laterals, which is how the pool filters work. We do that on the off year now with shutdown so that we can identify some of the maintaining a little bit of a regular operating requirement from a budget standpoint, but also less of an impact for shutdown. Another one that's fairly new that has just come forward related to efficiencies is we are trialing a new vending provider for our specifically vending machines in our recreation facilities. So we do have the canteen, which is a face-to-face service, but we also have vending machines in both of our recreation facilities. And we're trialing a new provider, which will reduce our overhead costs essentially related to staff, specifically for vending. Excuse me. This year, as you all know, the corporation was able to complete the non-core asset management plans and the ongoing asset management planning for proposed levels of service, as David spoke about earlier, continues to be a high priority, not only for the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Culture and corporate facilities. It's a little bit different there because we're one of the largest departments related to non-core assets. So a little bit less prescribed than core assets. So we're working through that way, through those aspects as well. The return and care and control of some properties related to the PHAI project and collaborating with CNL, again, is a challenge, but also an opportunity in the sense of making sure that we're collaborating with the departments and the divisions of the corporation, but also CNL related to the short term. What happens when we get those properties back? How do we maintain them? What are the details related to that? Then also the bigger component is, again, the collaboration and the awareness of what those long-term plans, the actual designs, construction requirements are. And that has a significant impact specifically to our parks operations. We also have listed related to all of the growth, I guess, that I just spoke about, is that these aspects and related to current levels of service does translate into operational review requirements and capacity evaluation for operations staff. This is identified in the proposed 2025 budget with some adjustments to our parks, cemeteries, and events teams complements. Essentially, Parks and Cemeteries is removing one seasonal position and changing that to a full-time position. And with special events is an additional component for the summer season to have some additional support there as well. Related to initiatives and strategic goals, the budget does include completing a facility condition index. Not to bore you with the technical terms, but this FCI is a snapshot of the current state of a facility, and we intend to do this for as many facilities within the corporation as possible. It's specifically related to our asset management planning requirements, and it provides a benchmark to compare the condition or the relative condition and considerations for renewal or replacement costs. FCI data is an important aspect of asset management planning and will be undertaken like I said, in as many facilities as possible. The budget is presented that this cost is covered through a third-party funding through the budget. I believe it's our OSEF funding. Another big component, which we heard a lot about last year when we approved and finalized the Waterfront and Riverwalk Master Plan. Waterfront work continues as much as we were aware when we approved the plan that may not be as visible in the community as it had when we were working through the very, very strong community engagement process for that plan. Work continues. The balance of some studies is included in our 2025 budget. These studies include a shoreline change analysis, which is a recommendation of the master plan, which is essentially a comparison of historical bathymetrical, I can never say the word, bathymetry data, which is depth measurements of the lake related to the near shore, the beaches, and the harbor. An additional study will be a sediment transport model, which is essentially identifying how sediment is moving through the lake. So essentially from Clarington, Port Hope to Port Hope, and what the impacts are, again, on the beaches, the area of the central waterfront, and how these movements are characterized, and essentially what their effects would be on those areas. Also included in the 2025 budget is some dredging. Essentially minimal dredging in some locations related to the approach channel or the area of the boat launch essentially to the lake. All of these studies are presented in the budget to be offset by the waterfront reserve. This is identified from a recommendation from staff to be able to complete these studies, but also recognizing that essentially, again, in 2025, staff will be coming forward with an updated implementation report related to the Waterfront and Riverwalk Master Plan. And part of that will be starting some discussions related to the funding allocations and models related to the Waterfront and Riverwalk Master Plan implementation. The 2025 budget for Parks, Recreation, and Culture, as well as corporate facilities, has minimal adjustments in challenging areas related to buildings and grounds, waste. Waste is an ongoing discussion at our leadership team table related to Parks, Recreation, and Culture with the challenges that we're seeing year over year, identifying potentially some strategies or programs that may come in place. But we're putting our best foot forward, and it's just becoming more and more of a challenge related to the volume. Tree assessments and maintenance. Again, I'm highlighting these items because we've held the line as much as we thought we could put forward from a budget standpoint, but identifying that there are challenges. Trees in parks, we've had a number of conversations with staff and council related to a number of significant trees in our community, the requirements for fertilization assessments. We did do some mitigation related to weight trimming with some of those kind of trees of distinction and the trees in Let Lane, for example. We're holding the line as much as we can there, but it does also have impacts with the other tree work in all of our parks as well. I'm highlighting those ones in the sense that we're seeing these challenges, but we are putting forward the budget in being able to maintain our budget discipline for 2025 with little room for significant adjustments or unexpected repairs. We're doing this intentionally to be able to better understand our actual costs related to ongoing daily operations as well as emergent expenses. And this may be an aspect to identify the start of our correction a year from a budgeting standpoint for PRC. The last one on our list related to initiatives and strategic goals being highlighted for your awareness is the completion of municipal operating contributions and construction requirements related to the management and implication of the childcare spaces that are underway. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to go to Councillor Mink, Councillor Les after.
Thank you. Just two quick questions regarding the shoreline change study. Um, the, the conservation authorities across the North Shore of Lake Ontario just completed, I think in 2020, a very comprehensive study that has been done. I think it was like a 50-year update. Has that been considered, and why would we duplicate that work?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for that. So we are working closely, very closely with the GRCA on these two studies that were identified as a high priority through the master plan. In the sense, the work that was completed from a provincial wide on the North Shore is specifically the sediment flow trees and specifically related to Memorial Park. Internally, we've been talking a little bit about what are the impacts of unfortunately, future considerations for some of the trees in the area there that are reaching and beyond their life. I don't know if you can say life expectancies for trees, but essentially they are from a safety standpoint. So internally, those conversations are starting to happen. So we are aware of them and taking them under consideration.
Thank you very much. Councillor Les.
You are limited by your success. You are doing such a good job that you are finding that you're at capacity in some of your programming and childcare and certainly day camps. And I'm just wondering if it's time to reach out to a outside provider such as the Y to bring them in and help with some of the capacity issues.
So thank you for the comment. I think from my standpoint, by referencing the intention of bringing a report forward early in 2025, will spearhead some of the conversations or maybe direction from council related to that. I'd just be aware that there are capacity opportunities that are different in program types. Right, so aquatics, we can't necessarily put more kids in the pool or more people in the pool, but we may be able to change how a program lesson is offered and what that might look like. So that is the intention of that review from a staffing standpoint, and then bringing it forward for consideration that I think are broader conversations related to a suggestion or a comment like that.
Thank you. And I just have going back to some of the waterfront technical study plans. Will those reports also address issues of wave attenuation?
Yes. Essentially, the two reports that are on the docket for 2025 will initiate some of that conversation related to wave attenuation and again the impacts to the near shore within those areas. There are opportunities with when we have that information to take it and then also identify what technical abilities or structures may be implemented in areas to assist more with wave attenuation. Part of the reason through going through these studies is to be sure that the sediment flow is addressed first, which then has impacts from a wave attenuation standpoint. We had a grant implementing this year related to some review of the Barrier Beach. So Barrier Beach is the beach between the lake and the AK Skullport Marsh area. We have some very initial wave attenuation considerations for that area as well. So the studies will help inform that, but won't necessarily provide the outcome.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to make a comment, which is just a real recognition and congratulations to your team for the grant work that you do and the resources that you're able to bring to the community through those efforts. I really think it's an example and a gold standard. Councillor Todd.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe a bit of a follow-up on the mayor's question. Is there funding available at the provincial level for breakwalls and so on that we look at?
Yeah, a variety of funds provincially and federally have been available over the last number of years. the wetlands conservation grant we applied to and were successful for the Barrier Beach kind of analysis. We did apply to the federal funding related to the jetty. I'll call it the footprint of the jetties, how they are, how they're protruding into the lake and what those impacts might be. We unfortunately were not successful with that grant. That was the federal grant. But again, these studies that we're undertaking will help identify some of the technical background to prepare for any future considerations.
Thank you. And last question to Deputy Mayor.
It's actually a follow-up on the mayor's comments about the grants, which of course is fabulous. And I know your department has always sort of tracked really well on that. I just wondered if you can comment if there's how the relationship works with the grants developer and whether that is contributing to your ability to manage that or offsetting some of that from your department.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think in PRC, we have the benefit of that individual working with us from an event standpoint, so part-time and part-time. So I would say that the relationship is fairly easy to work with that individual with concepts or having an awareness of what might be, on the wish list or on the strategic direction from a department standpoint. So I would say that is a benefit that, we don't have to necessarily leave the facility to have those conversations. I think that establishing what that role is, we've been able to have this resource for a period of a year, identifying that there are probably some opportunities or areas that might be able to be tweaked a little bit from a corporate standpoint. So to say that, that resource, it has certainly helped from a capacity standpoint in researching grants. Kim has worked really hard at identifying, a question. One question in a grant application may be the same as another. So kind of having that library of resources or answers and the subject matter expert may be able to just tweak it. So from a capacity and a timeline standpoint, that's been, I think, the most helpful perspective, specifically from my department. I'm not sure how others see that as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have time for one more presentation before we break for lunch.
All right, good morning. Welcome to Works in Engineering. Works in Engineering continues to be impacted by inflationary pressures, and we have been mitigating them as best as we can. There are a number of operating line items that have been increased to in 2025 to meet actuals, including fuel, streetlights, vehicle and equipment maintenance. Overall, there's been an increase of $177,000 in Works in Engineering just to meet our actuals. In addition, we've also received our first ever environmental compliance approval for our stormwater management facilities this November. This new ECA contains annual inspection and reporting requirements that we have never had to do before. The CUPE collective agreement for Works in Engineering and Environmental Services expires on December 31st of this year, and there are already a number of days booked in early 2025 to negotiate a new agreement. This will be a significant undertaking. Climate change in our road network. Climate change is absolutely tied to our road network. Our road network is deteriorating faster than anyone had ever thought it would be. Climate change is having climate change related impacts on our transportation system, affects both urban and rural areas. For example, in urban areas, heavy rains can flood our river and storm sewer system. In the rural area, a single damaged road or bridge can cut off people's access to services and necessities that they require. As part of our asset management work plan for 2025 that you've heard about from other directors, this is a priority for 2025 to look at our asset management planning of our road network. We'll be taking a closer look at our network with a climate lens to develop our proposed levels of service by July 2025. In terms of initiatives and strategic goals, Walton Street Phase 3, a significant undertaking that encompasses a number of departments. It's led by Works and Engineering. However, it impacts Parks and Rec for special events, economic development, communications. It is a significant generational project that requires a significant amount of resources, which is why a number of people have already mentioned it. The tender is in draft form currently for Phase 3. We anticipate releasing that tender once the budget is approved later this month. And it does incorporate lessons learned in Phase 2. One of the other goals for next year is our traffic and parking bylaw review and update. There are a number of administrative changes that are required, as well as some new additions. There is a lengthy list of items that we would like to update, and that is planned for 2025, as well as development of green infrastructure standards. Despite what the survey says, climate change is actually very important, and it does impact our roads. So it does warrant some attention. And it is important that we start developing our green infrastructure standards, which we plan on focusing on in 2025. That is probably a record in terms of presentations this morning. Does anyone have any questions?
We love the short and succinct and to the point. So thank you for that. Any questions from around the table? Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So more so a comment than question, but I just wanted to talk just for a minute about the survey results and rural roads, the comments coming. I think it's important that for rural roads, it's not just the road surface. Like the negative result in that survey, I think will always be there. Like we're never going to get caught up, and the reality of the inconvenience of a bad road really gives people a bad impression for a long time. And I think our rural roads, that comment or that rating includes now the overgrowth, which is becoming more and more problematic. The sides of the road is just trying to catch up to that invasive species and so on is huge. But the rural roads are also grouped in with the sidewalk survey because there isn't sidewalks, so people are putting that in there. Recreation, the bike riding, walking dogs, strollers are all on our rural roads. So when they give a rating for the rural road, they're thinking of all of those things. So I just take that result with a little bit of a grain of salt because I think that Works and Engineering is doing a very good job trying their best with what we have. So when I looked at the plan for next year, the roads that are going to be done, I think that from what I've seen is that you're starting to focus in areas,
Yes.
which is great. So I have some notes here. So just a question, the plan of doing 2 surface levels, and then I think I got it right, 2 surface levels and coming back with a top layer later and then a treatment. Are we still going with that plan or?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. And the other comment that I had is we did have some roads that we've chosen to return to gravel. So one of them being Woodvale School Road. And when we first did that one, I got no complaints. And this past summer, I did get more complaints because it doesn't seem like we're maintaining it as good as we did last year or the year before. So that's my only comment, that if we do decide to do that to catch up, that we make sure that we are out there and maintaining that during those bad waterfalls and things like that. That's all.
Councillor Todd.
Great. Thanks, Jeanette. There's been a number of conversations, this year from council around transit. Some of it, when we were looking at the high school transit, some of it is when we were looking at the rural transit and so on. And there seems to be an appetite to do a transit review and so on. Has that been accounted for and captured in the budget?
Not in 2025, no. The main focus will be Walton Street Phase 3.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to, I know it's a bit minutia when you look at your overall total budget, but I wondered if you could comment on two budget lines. One that have significant increases in there, in those lines. One being the gravel, 'cause I think that's a change that's going to continue. And the second one being your insurance premium and what's driving that increase in insurance.
So I'll tackle the insurance first. That's probably the easier one. The insurance premium has stayed the same. It is a reallocation internally to apply insurance rates to the department that has the most assets. So rather than spreading it around amongst a number of departments, it's been focused more appropriately in the correct department. And then gravel, that is just meeting our actuals. We are using more gravel as part of our resurfacing program, and our gravel pit is near the end of its useful life, and we do need to purchase gravel to be able to maintain our program.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other comments or questions, Councillor Mink?
Sorry, one just to follow up with the comment you just made about our gravel pit ending at the end of its useful life. Is there a plan aligning with the land inventory to decommission that in the future and potentially use it or sell it, or?
That is certainly on our to-do list. Just staff capacity wise, it's not something we'll be looking at in 2025.
Thank you, because you're kind of busy with some other big projects or completion of other big projects. Yes, no, we appreciate all the work of your team, especially through the Walton Street Phase 2, and looking forward to seeing that end and getting the sidewalks completed despite the unfortunate setback this weekend. So thank you very much. At this point, we are going to break for lunch, but I'm going to suggest that we break for 45 minutes and reconvene so that we have an opportunity to get through the rest of our reports. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We are back after our short lunch break, and we will continue on with our next presentation, please.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. So 3 weeks in, going to give this a crack. I obviously don't have the most intimate knowledge of the budget, nor did I have much influence or input into it, but I'll try to answer your questions as best as possible. If not, I got the managers on speed dial. So here we go. So trends, challenges, and opportunities. So this is kind of an ongoing theme, but managing increasing costs of chemicals, equipment, and services while maintaining regulatory compliance. You know, these costs keep increasing over time, and obviously you need to add these things to water and wastewater to maintain compliance, so we don't have much of a choice, and there's not a great deal of suppliers. So lost rental income on the water tower. ExploreNet's pulling their gear actually anytime now, so a bit of lost revenue there. We're going to be renegotiating with Bell, I understand, this year, and so we'll also be looking for new potential rental agreements to bring that revenue line back up. Increasing the certification levels of staff. So again, maintaining regulatory compliance. These guys have a certain level of certifications they must maintain in order to operate facilities, and you know, getting those continuing education credits to increase that certification and maintain it in some respects. I&I, so inflow and infiltration. So as you guys have noticed, we've been getting more heavy rainfall events. You look at Toronto this year, record rainfall throughout the year. So we have increased for I&I, inflow and infiltration, and you know, it's not cheap to treat rainwater. So trying to find those areas of concern and come up with plans to address them. There's $50K in the budget for flushing and CCTV inspection. Managing ongoing cost increases for biosolids removal. So this is another big one. There's only very few players in the game. I won't use the word conglomerate, but essentially that's where we're at now. With these organizations that remove and get rid of your biosolids. So we're looking at, you know, managing those costs, coming up with some options to store that on site so we can field apply. There's immense savings to be had there. We can get away from trucking it to Iroquois. So as far as the remediation side, some of the industrial sites are wrapping up in 2025. So we'll have an increase in the implementation of the risk management measures. So this is monitoring of the caps, some groundwater monitoring in some cases. So we'll be seeing that for Lions Park and for potentially for the coal gas site in the last quarter. So those costs have been included to the remediation budget. Other than that, that's pretty much CNL funded. So not too much worry there. And we're currently redefining the municipal peer review team approach. So that team has been essentially given their notice that contract has been terminated. So on a case-by-case basis, we'll be approaching those reviews. We have a list of review teams that we can use or contractors that we can use in that respect. So those are the trends, challenges, and opportunities. We'll move along to the initiatives. So one of the big initiatives is to secure the ICIP funding for Zone 1 water storage. So currently there is an EA in place. We're looking at amending that EA to include a new site. Just so happens where we want to put it, CNL has to pull a bunch of stuff out of the ground there. So we'll be using some of their resources to get our base excavation done, which is helpful. This is going to tie in with Cabin and Highland design because that's going to feed that new standpipe location. So that'll be coming down the pipe in 2026. Again, using that CMP model to kind of find efficiencies between the township and CNL. Filter membranes is a big one. You'll notice that on the capital side, but those are huge one-time costs to get those xenon filters replaced. And currently we're looking at kind of spreading those costs over a longer term to have more of a stable payment, if you will. The manager of that department has put a ton of work in as far as legwork on that. And we're pretty close to having an agreement in place with Xenon where we'll pay for these filters over a number of years. And it'll be an annual type thing. Water meter replacements happening this year. So that's the Neptune program to replace all the water meters. We are expecting to see an increase in revenue because of this, especially on the large industrial stuff. Some of those meters are known to be not very accurate. So anyways, we're hoping that there'll be a recovery of lost water revenue there. Again, it's not cheap to treat it or pump it. So any loss in revenue there is definitely a hit. So this ties back to, this next point ties back to sludge storage, biosolid storage. So we're investing in workshop and storage solutions for the parts and equipment. Currently in that building, there's also some old fire trucks in there. Anyways, we won't go down that path, but so once that building is empty, we can utilize it for biosolid storage and allow us to store it and then land apply it in the spring and fall and not truck it so far. So we're going to be working, I'll be working with the department to find some innovative solutions to get stuff out of there. Recruitment of a municipal liaison, residential liaison for the PHAI project. So that's coming down the pipe, working on the job description right now, and we're hoping to hire and onboard that person late this year into 2025. Again, that position is going to be to facilitate communications between CNL and residents, kind of provide a conduit for residents to be able to get the information they need in a timely and efficient manner. So that's on the docket. Again, that kind of ties into this next line, increase communications with CNL to establish schedules and identify efficiencies with respect to remediation of MPH properties. So work within the road allowance. For example, the standpipe, there happens to be a remedial zone up there. So utilizing them to remove that debris, kind of cutting our costs there, adding some efficiencies to both parties. We're actually looking at tackling Gifford Street in the same way. Ancient water main there, they're going to rehabilitate it. We're going to get the water main replaced at a significantly reduced cost if we were to take that project on in-house by ourselves. Complete the community climate action plan. So an implementation, it's my understanding that's getting very close to wrapping up and able to implement in 2025. And right now I'm currently looking at all the bylaws, but specifically the sewer use bylaw, which is in dire need of an update, and also reviewing the plumbing agreements and the corresponding bylaws for water. There's going to be some interdepartmental coordination there. for that one. But yeah, so that's on my list of things to do as well for an initiative. Anyways, I hope I didn't speak too quickly. I was trying to beat Jeanette.
I think you definitely gave her a run for her money. Thank you for that presentation. Any questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Les.
Okay, now I got you. My sights. I just have a very simple question. Utility consumptive charges for water. In 2023, it was 3.5 million. We're basing our budget 3.7 for 2025, yet our year-to-date actuals are only 1.6
For 2024.
For 2024, so we got a lot of ground to either make up to hit budget or something's wrong with our budgeting.
So yeah, it's not quite sure where that would fall. That also depends on billing cycles and where we're at with regards to billing cycles, likely. But maybe finance can speak to that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think they're working on about to start doing billing, right? It's 3 months in arrears when they go to do the billing.
Okay.
So that will be the scenario. Even when we then send out bills come December, right? That'll be for the next. So I have to go back and look at it. I don't think that we're
Yeah,
off.
you don't have to
We
answer
can't
it
go
now.
back
It's just
based on the
something that-
actuals. So it's not like a typical, budget where you'd have even amounts coming in every month.
And the same with wastewater. There seems to be.
They're on the exact same bill, so
Dis-
you're not seeing impact
discrepancies,
for
right?
sure.
Okay, if you would look into that, that would be good.
Did you have a follow-up at all, or you're done? You're good?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So I have 3 questions, and the first 2 I'm not sure if you can answer, but looking at the numbers, there's a couple numbers in there. One is line 6220 contractual, where it was budgeted at 873,000 and the actual was 338. And then next year it's budgeted for almost 500,000. And there's a couple other line items that are like that where they came in under budget. So that difference, which is almost 500,000, where does that go? And if there was 500,000 surplus not used, why would that not be used for next year's budget rather than another portion of 500,000? Do you know what I mean?
I'll maybe let finance speak to that, but typically that would, I would think, go into reserve allocations if you had.
That's line, that particular one is line 6620 contractual. Is there still more to be paid out? I just noticed that there's a 500,000 variance under what was budgeted.
Sorry, I had missed most of that. So
So if
which,
there,
which department or division are we talking about first? Division, I mean. We're talking water, wastewater?
well, it's on the environmental. It's under water. And it's towards the bottom, 6220. Oh, no, that's not the one. At the very end, it's under environmental remediation. So contractual was 873 was budgeted, and right now it's 337. So that difference of 500,000, where does that go, and why isn't it applied to next year's budget?
So I believe that's probably related to the end of the contract with the municipal peer review team. And that's just strictly cost recovery. So that wouldn't get added to that budget necessarily, just CNL wouldn't have to fund that portion of money that wasn't used. Does that make sense?
The environmental remediation budget is an in and out with no tax levy implications. It's the PHAI part of the project. So the fluctuation in those lines is driven by the project needs. So if there is an overage or an underage, it's just reflected in the quarterly invoices to CNL. So, they may have budgeted, I think what you're referring to in that line, contracted services, is the municipal peer review team. And those services, that team we're taking a new approach to it, and we're no longer using the same consultant. So there is a significant difference, but essentially there is zero tax levy implication to any of those lines.
Thank you. And,
You're
and the other
welcome.
question is up here where you have completion of the community climate action plan. I get a lot of comment about that, especially there's a divided community about ICLEI and who we're using. So at this point, is the use of that service, is that completed as well at this point, or are we continuing to use that service? I didn't see it out in here on the budget at all, but is there additional budget for the relationship with that I don't know what to call them, that group?
So the contract with ICLEI is still in progress. We are anticipating a draft report to be submitted to staff by the end of November and likely brought forward to council in the new year.
So that would that be in addition to this budget that we're being presented today? Additional?
No, that is part of the 2024 budget.
It is. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? That would be it. Thank you very much. Continuing on. Director Baxter.
All right. Thank you to my fellow directors. That was a lot of hopefully good information for you. And now I'm here to kind of go through a summary of the overall budget.
Did we cover council? Not yet.
We didn't set up a section for council.
I do have a question on it.
I can speak to the only change in regards to the council budget, and there was no changes to councillor remuneration or payroll costs, et cetera. If you are noticing a change within the budget, it is staff time allocation. So essentially, Kate Schuker's time, the executive assistant to the mayor and the CAO, all fully landed in the CAO office with no allocation of her time to support the mayor and council. So essentially, when we went through the reorg and looking at how staff wages are allocated, we ensured that we went through the entire org chart. And so how staff are spending their time have been allocated appropriately to the correct GL line. So that's just budget impact 0, because essentially it's just moving from one spot to another. You didn't get a raise. I'm sorry.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Would you like to please continue?
All right. So, you've heard the theme, correction. I'm using the word alignment, realignment here. It's really a key theme to our 2025 budget, right? We're updating for the following mitigation method items that were included in last year's budget in many ways. So we are kind of correcting where we had budgeted at or below prior year actuals, right? So fuel is a good example, of that. We had spots where we're phasing budget kind of up to actual. So let's say the first one for me is more inflationary, right? Where we were, we're in the middle of say 2024, we're using 2023 to, base 2025 on, but we're using like kind of, low estimates, trying not to, hopefully some of it will come in, trying to address the how do we keep the budget low, scenarios, as well as phasing, budget up to actuals where we know we had a larger increase that maybe isn't driven by inflation, but more by operations, but that needs to go up. We also had salary gap anticipated savings, and we're going to use the word salary gap several times. We'll just take a minute. So the thought around a salary gap is, there's an employee, they depart in February, we're not able to hire the person back until, in July. That period of time, we're not paying at their salary, right? So that's the idea, you know, behind a salary gap. When we did last year's budget, it was one of the mitigation methods. We talked about it then. We talked about the risk that was associated with it. And we were doing the 2024 budget, really looking back at like because we were in 2023, looking at 2022 actuals and what kind of gapping had we actually had. And the reality was we did have gapping then. If you recall, here our previous CAO saying, we had a whole list of vacant positions because at that time with the market, it was so challenging from an internal resource and also from an external one where we were posting positions multiple times to try and get candidates. So we had longer periods of time with vacant positions where we weren't paying a salary. So in 2023, when we went to look at that, we're like, okay, well, we can look at what we can account for. And there was significant salary gap impact when we look back at 2022. We're not experiencing that in that same way. We did not experience it in the same way in 2024. And when we were looking towards 2025, the same holds true. So I'm gonna come back to that in a minute. So that's what the salary gap, when we talk about salary gapping, right? It's trying to put in like a reduction in the budget, meaning that if it was one of my staff, I don't have my full complement of staff, right? And if I put salary gapping in 1 year, and then that we hire that position and it's there, then that means when I go into the next year, in order to maintain the exact same amount of staff, I have to increase my budget again, right? Which really isn't a year over year increase. It's because we did like a kind of a one-time reduction in the year prior, if that makes sense. So there are impacts of some of these decisions and some of the things we talked about it, last year. And here we are, adjusting for it this year. The other part is new positions budgeted with a late year start. So as part of the budget last year, we had identified several positions that were to start. When council wanted to come in at a lower amount, when we came between, let's say, this meeting and council, we wanted to reduce, we then had a later start for those positions. The impact of that, though, was that only 1/3 of the cost of those positions ended up in the 2024 budget. So when we start 2025 with nothing changing, 2/3 of those increases now hit the 2025 budget. So key points on the operating budget, and you've heard many others from the other directors, but I wanted to talk on a few parts. So in this budget, we have 300,000 in salary gapping, right, in the 2025 budget. In the 2024 budget, we had 600,000. So it's half of last year. This is not our ideal value. This is a 50% phase down, which we have done our best to align to at least changes in our staffing that we are real, right? They're optimistic, and I'm going to come back to that. These are not my ideal numbers. I'm telling you what is in our budget. We went from 600,000 to 300,000, right? The annualization of the new 2024 positions certainly having an impact. We have our new ADP payroll program, increase in property standards fees, which Councillor Attridge had our conversation about earlier. A decrease in planning and development fees, a decrease in building permit fees. And these two, for me, although I'm not the expert, are twofold. One, we just don't have the volume with what the market's doing right now. And part of it's also just a bit of a budget correction. I can't say enough about the focus that our new CBO is putting to financial things. So that part is helping. Other impacts, Kyle was just speaking about the increase in cost of hauling biosolids, right? And this is utilities, impact, but and then other things we talk about. Why does the tax levy need to go up? Why is the budget changed and our service levels aren't increasing? This is a perfect example. The water utility property tax reduction. So MPAC has done a change in assessment on that property. We are now have, the water division right, towards the water plant property is now paying $48,000 less in property taxes. Okay, so, and that's because it's all internal. So that's actually not done through the general levy. It's done through a non-departmental in terms of one of those special tax billings. So that's $48,000 of just less revenue that we have. It is a positive thing on the utility side, but when we look at levy, it's a reduction in our revenues. So when we look at the overall operating budget, then we have 56% of it is coming from levy, and we have 35% coming from utility rates and user fees, and certainly our utility rates, are in the millions. So that is and then when you look at the rest of the chart, it's really telling, right? Those are our two main funding sources for sure. So now just focusing on the dark blue levy section. As I advance, so this is what our levy money, the expenses that our levy money is going towards on an operating side. So police at 27% is our number one. Second to works and engineering at 20%, and then parks, recreation, and culture at 16%. So those would be our top three. I mean, no real surprises there, but I do think it's a good bit of a grounding, exercise to look and just have that awareness. And then my last note on the community grant side, as we met and discussed this over a month ago, early October. We have, as part of this budget, the 12 community grants, just over 67,000. 3 organizations for donations, and that's really our kind of relatively standard $5,500. I think there's still some money remaining in case something comes up mid-year, which is possible for donations. And then our 3 foundational funding agreements at $125,000 as a reminder. So infrastructure funding shortfall. So you're familiar with this. We've simply updated it for the year. 6 months from now, it will be interesting to look at when we update our asset management, plan and look at the financial, funding for that. But currently, this is based on us inflating our latest full asset management plan. We have a funding gap currently of just over $10 million. Of that, we have an inflation gap is the 1.6. That's from the blue to the orange, right? And then 8.6 million just in overall funding, right? And so we've certainly made, we started out, we were in better shape back in 2017. And inflation taking off, it's eroded, our gains. And the challenge, while overall inflation is coming down, and certainly it is on a capital side as well, we're still looking at almost a 5% increase year over year when we look more on a cost of infrastructure standpoint. So this is, in order to have kept up with inflation, year over year, right, about $670,000 for 2025 to be kind of in the same position we were in terms of 2024. So that's what this looks like. This has been important. Be really interesting to see when we update our asset management plan and our financial strategy, what this picture looks like refreshed. But important for us to keep on our radar. We have when we think about capacity and projects and things underway, we have 29 projects that have been carried forward. You'll notice the almost $24 million on that front. The 3 big ones are the water meters, the water tower, both of which obviously would be fully from utilities, as well as Walton, as it is still ongoing. So 29 carried forward projects, and then 2024, we have 13 remaining open projects. So 42 projects on the go, and that is after we have completed 11 current year projects and then 13 projects from prior years. So still quite a bit on the go on the capital side. This is our capital budget summary, the details of which, as you know, are posted with all of our budget documents. But I will go through and speak to through them. I think they're notable, certainly. So our council meeting technology improvements. While the majority of that's going to be levy funded, we have just under $6,000 in our accessibility reserve. And from an efficiency standpoint, we're planning on using that money that will use up the reserve while also certainly benefiting the accessibility. And then be able to draw that one to a close. We have Fire Station 2 and the tanker, both of which were part of our pre-budget approvals. We've got the 1-ton wildland fire service apparatus, as well as the 10 lunar units. When we get to the Walton Street, we have currently, you'd provided direction for us to consider the use of hydro reserve funds for the Walton, and then, with a note that we also then have Cavan, coming shortly after. We have in the budget right now using or funding the third phase of Walton for the full $4 million. That works out to $2.6 million in levy and $1.4 million that it is offsetting for utilities, which I think is also important. While we're not looking at, what the overall utilities long term is right now, it also has, quite significant challenges and rate impacts to the consumer as well. So that is our the recommendation, or how we've applied the use of hydro reserve funds in the budget. The next two trucks, pre-budget approval, obviously also road related. So you're seeing, as we tie back to the survey, right? You just keep going. The next few are going to be road related as well. We have a signalized pedestrian crosswalk on Ontario Street, Pine Street, South Slope stability improvements. The design for the urbanization of Henderson Street, we know there's going to be folks living there soon, and there's going to be a greater need for an urbanization of that space. We have the 2025 annual rural roads resurfacing, which I'm glad we've maintained at the 700,000 this year. As you know, there's always the balance of what we can do with the county, and then more than that, we're actually paying a higher cost to be able to do some of that outsourced. The part that I really like on this, though, is last year the levy component of this was 300,000. So we've increased the levy component over $500,000, or greater than 80% increase of how much is coming from levy, which I think is helpful in terms of a communications tool, right? That more of the levy is going towards rural roads, the rural roads program. And also, I believe something like that annual program, we should be getting to the point where we have the annual funding coming from levy to be able to do that, so that we can sustain it year after year after year, and not be relying on, say, drawing on the majority of it, from grants from the province or the federal government. So I think that's a good step forward. We have a culvert replacement at East Town Line Road. I note that is a joint project with Clarington. So, in order for that to happen, they have to pull up their money, and so do we. Trying to be a good partner on that front. The Cavan Street EA and design, which is, very important as it ties into Walton, but also in terms of the plans for the water tower moving forward. And then we have town hall doors replacement, a columbarium as we're running out of space, and then the Jack Burger Sports Complex, the HVAC and dehumidification system there. So, oh, sorry, got a little space, threw me off. And we have the pump park, which is being funded through provincial grants. So there's 18 projects there, almost 9 million, right? We're levy funding that 3.9 million, which is the full, amount that we had using levy to fund capital last year, with an additional $5 million, the majority of which is the 4 million coming from the hydro reserve to make up the balance. So those were our general, what I call our general municipal capital. We have 4 utility capital projects, which I think is great when we think about getting caught up on some of our other carry forward projects, and also as we build for, Kyle to take some time, look at what the capital plan looks like, and come 2026, be looking at doing, more of updating our 10-year plan for our utilities. So a flow meter, their computer aided operation system, their SCADA, I always used to calling it SCADA, the membrane on the spoken about, and chlorine injection. So almost $750,000 there. That's great, because when we look at, recently there's been some really large value projects in prior years. So I'm glad to see that, taking a little bit more of a pause to average out. And then we have, so that's 4 projects there. And then we have the 8 projects from the police that you just went through recently. So overall, we have 30 projects, just under $10 million in total. We have, I'm happy to say, we have 1 pre-budget approval this year, which is for a refrigeration plant for $550,000. This is effectively a chiller, cooling tower, and the panel to go with it to be able to maintain rink operations. You can't maintain a rink if you can't make it cold, freeze the ice. And there is an at least 44-week lead time for that. So that's why we're here asking for pre-budget approval, so we can go through the proper processes and get all of that lined in. But we wouldn't be actually raising the funds and paying for that until 2026. Okay. Looking at our capital funding then, we have 70, or I guess I should do them in order. So our first one this year is actually municipal reserves at 41%, which is obviously pertains to the fact that we've got $4 million coming from the hydro reserve. And then the levy, which is a 3.9 million, making up 40% of the levy. And then you can see the other, the other more minor parts. Happy to see development charges. That was one of our objectives. One of the things we talked about going into the budget. That's down to 5%. So that works well. So, important just to look at where are we at in terms of, the spending from our reserves. We've already talked about development charges and other parts. I wasn't going to repeat that. Really just honing in here on our main ones. The first one that I'll just address is kind of the purple one that's the most straight horizontally near the bottom. So that's provincial gas tax. That's transportation specific, okay? Which is great because that's how we buy buses when we need them or anything large. The other 3 are all the ones that are more, can be applied to our typical infrastructure amount. So the orange is the hydro reserve. So you can see the notable usage of the hydro reserve while still leaving about $1.5 million, in that reserve, likely to be considered, moving forward. Once we have the design, we know what the costs are towards that Cavan major project. Then we have the federal gas tax, or now the Canada Community Building Fund, and the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund from the province. You can see we're kind of allowing those to refill a little bit to get us to $1 million and $2 million, so about $3 million, which is a better spot, right? We knew we were saving them up a little bit, using some of them for Walton. Then we'll have a little bit of money. It's helpful to have that in case something happens. And, I know we're excited to be finishing Walton, but we have more large projects, on the horizon. May not be quite as impactful in terms of downtown, but, expensive all the same. So that I think overall is helpful. We also do have our overall asset management, reserve, which we put $500,000 into every year, and $5 million sitting there, which is great in terms of the overall capital infrastructure requirements. It's a very small amount, but very proud that we've built that up and have that at this time. So looking at just for consistency, looking at where the levy is going in terms of capital. This doesn't show us the full picture of all the capital, obviously, but when we do look from a messaging standpoint in terms of where the actual levy money is, we have first and foremost 48%, works and engineering, protective services at 26%, and 22% to PRC. All right, that's capital. That's capital. So, sticking with me, this is good. This is good. Here's some general takeaways. A little bit of this is repetitive, but as I was talking, late last week with our CAO, there's a few things here that I thought are good to mention, and some things that don't necessarily fit within operating or capital that I thought were worth the mention. So, one, this is on the worth repeating side. 2025 is serving as a realignment year, right? And we're mitigating, or we're kind of catching up from some of the things that we did in prior budgets to be able to mitigate, at the time, but it is running into challenges, as our Director of Works and Engineering said, where you need your budget to get caught up to your actuals. Continued focus on current capital projects, right, while balancing, prior year projects. And as you can see, that was still a challenge. We are still adding, more capital projects, even though we aren't going to be able to finish all the ones we already have open within the year, but some of them also just don't work that linearly as well. We are minimizing our development charges use, not to say we're not using any, but we're less than in prior years. And I think where we're using it is showing some good restraint. There is no new debt requirement, which is one of our other things we were setting out to do through this. This is a key one that started the slide, or it was a bit of the impetus for the slide. Lower assessment growth during 2024. So I just give you the very brief, primer. But if we have new homes getting built and new people coming in, they are paying, we'll just say the same or roughly the same amount as their neighbor, right? That is new funding coming into the municipality, right? Where we can use that funding and putting it to services that the community needs without having to increase costs, the tax levy costs to our existing residents. Last year, that amount was somewhere around $600,000. I have to go back and check. This year, it's $220,000, right? And when we think back to when MPAC came, I can't remember the numbers that they had off the top of my head, but I remember them talking about our growth projections. I remember taking note of them, and immediately I was up here and pointed out to make sure we had all caught that, right? We knew that our growth wasn't going to be, at the same level, right? So that's just an important one to be aware of. There's ongoing impacts of inflation. We know inflation is coming down, right? But it's been, it's not reducing, in terms of real terms over time, right? It's just increasing at a slower rate, and we are playing catch up from previous inflation. Walton reconstruction, a significant utilization of internal resources. And you've heard that several times today, but on an overall basis, I think that's worth noting. We have some atypical, lower tier issues when we think about resourcing and how we're resourced and all the things we're already trying to do. Then we start thinking about things like, good positive things like equity, diversity, and inclusion. We start thinking about things like affordable housing and homelessness, right? And things that, in terms of the latter, more so thought and under, other tiers of government, right? But we're local here and we get drawn into those, we get drawn into those things as well. Increased union activity, right? So we now have an agreement, right, with the new union, but we're still going through all the implementation impacts, of that. And certainly has an impact, to especially the management, involved there. And now we have 2 collective agreements that we're about to start bargaining for. We have increased service and reporting requirements. I'm sure top of mind was the exciting accounting ones I spoke about. But if those didn't resonate, fire from a training and from a response standpoint, from just a stormwater, nothing's, significantly changing. We're not going to be better. We don't have way more stormwater or whatever, but, we're having to do more reporting on how we're doing it, which does tie up time and effort. And I mentioned this previously, we still have some remaining risk in our budget pertaining to salary gapping. I'm happier that it's less spread out through our budget. We've taken salary gapping from 600,000 to 300,000. More comfortably, it would be 150,000. So that's something that we do still need to, think about. And I, encourage needs to be part of, there's obviously a risk, tolerance element, to that, and we shouldn't be fully risk averse. But if we're thinking about, hey, I think we should be maybe adding, I think I have a comfortability of the tax levy being a little bit higher. As your director of finance, this should be one of the first things we're thinking about, right? Even reducing that by $100,000 puts us into a better spot. Because ideally, like, I'm going to be here next year talking to you, on the same line. At least I won't be talking about going from 600 to 300. Okay. So overall, right, last year's levy, 27.7 million. We have an operating budget increase of 1.3 million. We have a capital funding increase of no dollars. Now, that is not because I don't believe in increasing our capital levy funding towards asset management planning. I certainly do, and so does our CAO and our entire senior leadership team. However, in a year, if we're trying to keep our increases lower, if we are doing a rebalancing and focusing on our operating side, and also if we're going to be using $4 million from our hydro, right, part of the messaging, right, then is we've done that so that we didn't do a levy increase from capital. We certainly can do both, right? The financial, part of me, outside of the impact of the taxpayer would be, we should be adding another 650 or more, right? For, keeping up in terms of our infrastructure funding, right? But in order to try and balance everything out, right, at this point, we don't have any increase to the levy, right? Even, I love round numbers, so even to get us from 3.9 million just to $4 million, I think it's better that we have, from a clarity of our communication points, is that, our increases going towards the operating, we're using the hydro reserve instead of doing a capital, levy increase, this year to meet our immediate needs. That brings, so there's no change, right? It's $1.3 million for the overall municipal part that we're directly responsible for. The board's departments that have already been presented to you is just over $500,000. That brings our total municipal levy changes to $1.9 million, or a total levy requirement of $29.6 million. All right. I want to make sure that we all understand then what we do with that $29 million. So we start with our common services, right? We take the total common services, and essentially, because they're common, right? All of our, I'll just stick with residential. All of our residential taxpayers pay the exact same amount, you know, based on their rate, based on their property value. In order to determine that between urban and rural, right, I use the total weighted assessment of the properties, just to be able to line those two up so I can do my math. But I think just helpful to remember, right, of our overall weighted assessment of the overall who's paying the overall taxes, the urban area is 72% and the rural is just under 28%. Then once I move down to special services, that's where we start having different areas paying different amounts. So the urban area paying for the Port Hope Police Service, it's 6.3 million. And the rural area is paying for the OPP at just over $700,000. Total cost for policing then is just over 7 million. I do remind that the board costs are still included in our common costs. Transit, so this is specialty and conventional transit, 458,000 charged only to the urban area, as well as Christmas tree pickup of $3,000 charged only to the urban area. That brings us to 7.5 million. The 22 and the 7.5 gets you to the levy number that I spoke to on the last slide. Then we use our LLRW funds, and you see highlighted in here, this is currently only last year's estimate. We won't get the statements until early February for the year to look at what to do those calculations. But all things being the same, and at least our returns have continued to be relatively high in 2024 as they were in 2023, that would reduce potentially another $600,000. That gets us to the point then of our special services, which is where we charge our two different rates. Overall, then it brings us down to just over $29 million after LRW fund use. Okay. We understand. My next one is to talk about how that works out to the actual residential homeowner. So everyone follows. I know we've been through this before, but I know we only do it once or twice a year. It's worth a reminder. So impact to the taxpayer. So common services, $2,355. In terms of special services, so the average cost for policing is $751. Transit of $49, and Christmas tree pickup works out to be less than $1. So typical special services is another $800. LRW generally reduces that to $66, or total special services after LRW use is $735, bringing the total municipal property tax to $3,090, so just over $3,000 now. That is an increase compared to prior year of $182. Right? I will remind, it's always a challenging one. This is a typical single detached residential home value, right? And I'll only mention for the fact it's $272,000, which went up slightly, but based on 2016 market, which is the latest province-wide provincial assessment. So we know no one's buying this equivalent homes for that today, but that is still what the taxation is grounded in. So just over $3,000, 182 increase. For comparison, last year was a $270 increase. So helpful context when we look at the impact to the taxpayer. So I just said on an annual basis, $182. That works out monthly to $15 or $3.50 weekly. The municipal portion of the total property tax bill is $3,090, $257 monthly, $59 weekly. And I say that a bit more. I get the $350 and it's the price of a coffee, and I've heard those parts. For me, it's more helpful to look at, to be able to drive on all the roads, to be able to do all the things we do in the community, $59 a week, right? You think about the roads, I challenge you to get on the 407, go anywhere there and back for $59. So, just something to think about for perspective. All right, so we've made it to the point of talking about next steps. So I know we've been here before, but any budget amendments would be amended through motion. So certainly, please, through the guidance of the chair, have discussion, ask questions. Please, we've already asked a lot of questions through the departments. So I think that's really helpful as opposed to getting through everything, before lunch and then pouring through questions now. We'll go through that once we're at a point where we're ready. At the appropriate time, we'll have motions and vote on them, and then we'll do our best to keep up with you to reflect what the impact of those are. We do anticipate a recommendation to go to council for approval for next Tuesday. So we'll be quickly turning this around at the end of the day today into getting things ready to go on the agenda. Then have following that, we would have council also approve the prescribed fees for services schedules. Obviously, they're tied in. You just heard today, we're increasing fees in municipal law enforcement. That's tied into the budget. Those two need to go hand in hand. So that would be coming forward at the same time, and we'll also issue a media release. Just before I turn it over to the mayor, I just want to thank the majority of our staff obviously aren't here today, but we fully encourage them to provide input in through their lead hands, supervisors, managers. But thank you. Our managers do a lot of the initial heavy lifting, but I really want to thank our SLT team, also our CAO, who's been instrumental in this and very decisive and helped us make some of the changes and the improvement in our process this year. And specifically, I can't say enough about Connor and Christine in front of me here, who have done, the real heavy lifting in terms of pulling all the details and all of the other materials and things together. So thank you to them. And with that, I'll turn over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Baxter. And before I turn it over for further motions, discussions, etc., from my chair, I just want to make a few observations about this year's budget process. For me, it's just absolutely night and day from the budgets that we've sat through over the last 2 years. The budget road, excuse me, the budget roadmap that we got this year was an ideal way to digest, to get information as the process was unfolding, to be able to have more careful thinking, digestion, conversation, and it was truly the best example of taking it in small pieces, having the foundational building blocks, and getting to the place that we got today. The presentations today were succinct. The information that we got just made a whole heck of a better sense than how we've been presented in the past with the short summaries, with the overall budgets in terms of operations and capital. And so I just can't say enough. It feels like a new chapter on budgeting for the municipality. And I do want to sincerely thank, first and foremost, the finance team for pulling this together, Director Baxter, and also to our CAO for bringing this new way of thinking to the municipality, which is setting a new course for us, and I think is going to make for much more effective decision making moving forward. So, just want to acknowledge and thank you all for those efforts, and I'm going to clap. And I'm going to, it's clapping from the table as opposed from the audience. But I do think it needs to be acknowledged and really celebrated. So Having said that, I know that there are questions and motions and additions that my colleagues would like to bring forward, but I think we're gonna keep going because we've only been at it for an hour since. Yeah. I do want to start though. Before that, Director Baxter, I was just wondering if you could just elaborate on some of the changes that were made to the library budget from the last time that council would have heard an update from the library.
Certainly. So, following the direction that we had from council, with thanks to Christine and her team who did a quick review of some of the actuals that had gone through for 2024. I then sat down with the mayor, and on Friday we met with the chair of the library board and the CEO, and had a productive, I'll call it a productive review, which I think was good. We were able to identify some corrections that needed to be made, where we had utilities, in multiple, like duplicated in different spots. We had some items that had been budgeted at a higher level than they really needed to be, where we just kind of lost track of what we had paid for them from one year to the next. There was some one-time items that the library does have some money in their reserve from prior surpluses. So because there were one-time items, and given where we're at, we've suggested that those be funded from the reserve so that they're not impacting the base budget. And then some areas where we were increasing in one area, but not necessarily adjusting in other areas when we think about our overall service. So we were looking to kind of balance that out. For an example, we were more than doubling our ebook, subscriptions, but not everything else was also increasing. And so trying to look at that, where we're still actually improving in terms of our subscriptions for e-reading. We're just not more than doubling them, in 1 year. So there was other small, reductions. I'm not going to go with that general flavor. I'm not going to go through each of the lines. Quite frankly, we were adjusting this, adjusting that. I did my best to keep track, and then kind of lost track, partway through. But I think it was a very productive 2 hours spent, on that front. We reduced over $45,000 as part of that exercise, and was able to bring the library down to a 9% increase on a total budget basis year over year. As I've expressed to them, I can't, in 2 hours and about 20 minutes of preparation, with thanks to which was supported by some of Christine's work, do a review of all of their salary and their programming and all of the other things. But this, I think, was a really important step to being able to make some realignments. So that is the work that we have done and were able to accomplish. Now, ultimately, it's not within my purview to change the library's budget. The library board has already presented their budget, and so if we are to implement those, we would need a motion. I've got the amount, Mayor, whenever discuss amongst yourselves, certainly, but whenever you're ready, I can suggest a motion to include that amount, because I know you don't have it memorized. But I'll turn that back over to you.
Thank you, Director Baxter, and thank you. I know what a busy time it was for you week leading up to budget presentations, to take that time on Friday. I do think it was a very useful exercise, and I think it did also, just from being there as mostly an observer, is to come back to one thing that we had talked about at this table, which is really to ensure that PRC and the library meet in a systematic, regular way to compare and contrast some of the programming that is happening. And I think that's something for the future, most definitely. And then the second thing, to your point is, I for one would like to see how much we are expending as a municipality on our library in terms of increases in e-supports, and that's to e-resources in comparison to our physical requisitions and acquisitions compared to other libraries, because as I understand it, there is a relationship. When one increases, the other decreases. But in general, just to see what the expenditures are for those two lines moving forward. That's not for this budget, but certainly I think it's something that we should be in line with in terms of other municipalities. And I was really pleased, Director Baxter, that none of the options that you had put forward as cost savings resulted in any reduction in hours or services or closure of locations. Any other or positions for that matter? Any questions? Any comments on that? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, just
Councillor.
a general statement, and not specific to the library or the police or any other of the departments, is that when we set a budget and we're wrong, and wrong from the point of view that we've over budgeted, so we charge the tax levy, and even if we reconcile it end year and say, well, we didn't really spend that much money, we never turn that money back. We've already taxed people on that money. We didn't spend it. There was no need for it to be taxed, and it never reflects in the next year's budget. Statement, not a question.
Okay. In terms of yes, the CAO would like to comment.
Yeah, sorry, I think that should probably just have some feedback to it. Essentially, surpluses can be addressed in multiple ways, and surpluses are not reallocated based on line by line. So, it's corporately on the financial statements. And if there's an operational surplus at the end of the year, then that gets transferred over to a reserve. And essentially, that reserve gets pulled from in future budgets to fund capital or infrastructure needs. If there's a deficit that has to be funded, so if it goes the opposite way, then those monies have to come out of the reserve to fund the bottom line. So essentially, it doesn't go back to the taxpayer on the bill, but essentially it does go back to the taxpayer as it funds initiatives in the previous. That's why we can pull from different reserves, like the asset replacement reserve most predominantly would be the reserve that would see the biggest impact. So when we're pulling from the reserve in future years for fleet purchases, equipment purchases, construction purposes, essentially that money is then not hitting the levy. And if we didn't have that money in reserve, it would be hitting the levy and then would be impacting the taxpayer. So it does come back to the taxpayer, but it's a give and a take. There's deficit some years, surplus other years. And so you have to look at maybe a 5-year trend.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but it does compound. Like if we started in 2010 and we've missed, like the real amount of tax we should charge, and then we just keep compounding year after year after year on that amount from back here. And I understand the reserve and how it ebbs and flows. But
I think I have, from what I've seen, there hasn't been any from a tax collection perspective and the mill rate, what's been set in order to collect what the municipality needs to operate or to fund infrastructure needs. There's not any huge deviation one way or another. There's deviation, sure. Budget is an estimate, and you do your best to remain within it, but there is fluctuations. But as far as there's never been a situation where if there's a deficit, there hasn't been the reserve to cover it from a surplus of a previous year. So over a 5 to 10 year trend, it would balance out pretty even.
Yep. Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So could you suggest with this conversation, so I'm on the library board, I'm also on council, and I at no point in discussion was made aware of the library reserve and the balance and how it could be used, and knowing that the library board changes every 4 years with a new council, how do we bring the transparency about reserves and the ability to use reserves to the forefront for consideration? And I have a question about one of the capital items related to this as well when we get to that.
Sure, of course. When it comes to the finances of the library board, I strongly consider you need to speak to your librarian, your CEO. She has full access to that information. She is responsible for the finances of the library board. Obviously, the day-to-day, the paying of the bills, the payroll, the functionality of finance happens in this building. But in regards to the actual accountability and responsibility of it and ensuring that the board is informed of what exactly is built into those finances, whether it's a reserve, whether it's, based on a quarter, this is where we stand quarter over quarter, this is where we're at second quarter, third quarter, kind of budget to years versus actuals. That wouldn't be a function of this team. That would be a function. Now, that information can be provided to the librarian if she is having some difficulties or has questions. We're all here to help. We are the same team. But essentially, when it comes to informing the board, that 100% is a function of the CEO librarian.
Councillor Todd.
Thanks very much. I do have a motion I would like to bring forward, but before I do, I would like to give some context as to why this motion is coming forward. Okay. Yeah.
If it's non-library, or is it? Okay. No, yeah.
Sorry. Yes, of course.
Councillor Mink has one more question
Yeah,
about
I'm
the
sorry.
capital
Yeah.
on the library, and we also haven't moved off of the need for a motion for the library for some of the cost savings.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Potentially.
thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Mink.
Sorry, what I have is earlier today, the questions I was asking the staff were on the operating budget, and I have 3 items on capital items that I wanted to talk about before bringing any motions forward. And my questions might impact a motion that's brought forward. So I just want to, that's where I'm standing. I don't know if now is the time to ask those questions. It's not about the library, though. It's about capital items.
I'm going to suggest that we finish with the library and then we move on to Councillor Mink and then Councillor Todd. So Director Baxter, can you just give us the number that you were able to find the sort of on the direction of council, the cost efficiencies?
Sure. Do you want the number? Do you want me to read a draft motion?
Okay, if you'd like to read a draft motion, we'll see if we can find a mover and seconder for that.
That the library budget be reduced by $45,640 as discussed through review by the mayor and director of finance with the library CEO and board chair.
Okay, that is the motion. I have Councillor Todd is going to move that. Is there a seconder on that? Councillor Darrell is seconding it. Any further discussion of that matter? Okay, all in favor? And that is passed. Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to Councillor Mink, and then we'll move on to Councillor Todd.
Thank you. So I have 3 questions about 3 items on the capital. The first one is the new technology under corporate services. I'm just questioning why at this time, if we're making this investment, we wouldn't consider having some type of technology at the hub. There's been a lot of conversation about using the hub more, and I understand a two-way technology might be a huge investment, but just having the option to potentially have a camera so we can go in camera, or we could have training, or we could have public meetings that could be recorded up there. Why is that not a consideration, and can it be a consideration?
It's appropriate time for my mic to break down. Of course, depending future direction from council, of which we have none in relation to sort of streaming or engaging or participating in council meetings from the hub, that could certainly be looked at. But at this point in time, we're addressing a known issue, and that is the technology in this room. I think this will be the 3rd year it's actually been presented for consideration, and thankfully this year it's moving forward. with respect to future considerations for the hub, I guess I would just leave it that that is pending some sort of council direction. The technology requirements there, if it's just a matter of streaming, could be very minimum. If it's a matter of offering up a space to participate in council meetings from, that certainly escalates the cost, and we would have to do some research in relation to what it is you'd be directing us on to provide you with those estimates.
Councillor Mink.
Thank you. And I think certainly my time on council, I have had many conversations from many people about having more council activity at the hub. And I understand the complications of having a two-way conversation, but just the ability to stream, basically councillors sitting at a table saying for a minute saying we're going in camera. I just think that this is the time to consider that. I know I'm pretty sure my rural counterpart here has also had those conversations, and I have had those conversations before up here as well about using the hub. And I think this is the time to invest in that basic ability if we're going to be moving this forward.
I have to be honest, I'm not sure I understand what the request would be in relation to the hub. So the ability for a council member to participate from the hub? No. Okay.
The ability would be something similar to what we have here, where we're basically council could have training or in cameras at that location so that we could just basically stream. We're going into camera now and then be able to use that facility as well.
Certainly. Okay. In that case, then, no, we have not prepared sort of two options. We have not prepared for both locations. We've addressed specifically the needs here for our primary meeting location. Certainly future considerations can be brought forward in relation to what the cost would be to duplicate the technology at a second location, but I'll be honest, we have not, in lieu of any council direction, we have not pursued that to any great degree.
Do you have any other questions?
Well, I don't have any other questions. I think I just want to speak for the rural community that I represent, that I think that this is an ask that they've asked for a lot. And I don't want to be that person to say we're not heard, but I think this is just one example where we had that opportunity to say we're including our second municipal facility, and we didn't. And I just wish we had, because it would have opened that opportunity, and we could have provided that narrative that we are listening and we are accommodating and we are using that facility as a municipal facility.
CAO.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the director's comments, moving forward, if this is something, we don't want to lose this thread, because essentially staff did not receive direction to include that in the 2025 budget through the notice of motion process heading into the budget deliberations. We were hearing loud and clear about the concerns in that the community was having, being able to find what we were providing through YouTube accessible and the mics, etc. So we definitely honed in and focused on that. That said, you've raised it. You seem quite concerned about it. We have the budget survey comments, which we have well over 1,000 comments. Quick search on the word hub, and it really was focused on increased usage and activity at the hub. There was, I think, 4, but 2 were focused on potentially additional usage. So there is a very, very small amount of the community that provided that comment in the survey box. That said, perhaps there's an opportunity today to provide direction for staff to include that in the 2026 budget, and you've done it. Staff knows, and then we can look at getting quotes and what we need, and then that it's being solidified. Because as far as being able to add an amount today, we would be throwing cooked spaghetti at the wall. like see what stuck, because we really have no context of would that be a $10,000 expenditure, $25,000, $50,000. It's an existing building. And as soon as you try to retrofit something that's existing, you always uncover nice little surprises as you work through a project like that. So that would be my recommendation. If you want to put that on the floor for today, give staff direction to include it for next year. This location this year, which is the predominant one that was discussed the most, but then recognizing that the rural community in the hub also has a need, and that's been addressed today as well. It will just take a future consideration.
Thank you to the CIO. I would also wonder, in terms of timing, whether or not it would make more sense to put a motion on the table to ensure that it is part of our strategic planning priorities, as opposed to necessarily the budget for next year, because it would then get both into the strategy and into budget consideration, or do we need to do both of them?
If you move it to the strat plan, it's up for, you move it to the 2026 budget deliberations, it goes directly to there. If you put it through strat plan, it's got to make it through that process as being considered a strategic pillar outcome. It won't be a pillar, but it could potentially be an action item underneath a pillar. And then understanding that it's going to be in competition. There's been a significant number of things that have been pushed to the strategic plan over my time here, and that list continues to grow. So I'm just cognizant of how much is going to be able to rest within that document. And if this is a priority, it's not going to be an astronomical ask. You're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. So essentially, my recommendation, give staff direction, throw it in the 2026 budget for council deliberations, and call it done.
So Councillor Mink, would you like to make a motion for that?
Sure. I'm just pulling up the document that was provided by our clerk here. So, so I would like to, sorry, I can't read. I don't know which is here, that make a motion that, what is it called? IT, or sorry, IT communications be proposed for the 2026 budget. Would that be correct?
I think if it's helpful, I think what's being recommended is that staff be directed to prepare a budget estimate for the 2026 budget in relation to improving the audiovisual technology at the Canton Hub to enable future council meeting opportunities.
That sounds good. Thank you.
We'll just give the clerk 1 second to get that wording down.
I am just going to read out that motion one more time, if that's okay. Councilor Henderson.
What's being proposed, I just reiterating that staff be directed to prepare a budget estimate for inclusion in the 2026 budget considerations for the audiovisual technology upgrades required at the Canton Municipal Hub to facilitate future council meeting opportunities.
So we have that motion. Is that agreeable? That is being yes, that's agreeable.
Yes.
That is moved by Councillor Mink and seconded by Councillor Darrell. Any further discussion? Any comments, Councillor Last?
Yeah, I gaze out into our one facility here and see that the attendance is not that brisk And I wonder if we have a second site, what do we really gain? We do have the ability to follow it online. And if they can't follow it online now from the rural area, will they be able to do that even if the hub was available? And I don't, my philosophy is we have one site to conduct our meetings at. One is good. We start diversifying. All we're doing is adding costs, and will it have any use?
Thank you, Councillor Les. Yes, Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So part of what I am suggesting for this is not necessarily to bring people there. It's to bring municipal activity, to bring council out to the rural area. We have our community round trip from the far corner is about 65 kilometers. And that is a great distance to ask a councillor to come down 3 or 4 times a week. So bringing some of our municipal business out to the rural area opens up the opportunity. We're talking about diversity. It gives more people out there the opportunity to attend council meetings, to bring our council meetings out there just to have our discussions. When I come down here for a closed camera meeting that can sometimes be 20 minutes, it takes longer to get here and get home than it does for the meeting itself. So I'm just thinking about opening up that opportunity that we can have business done out in that area.
Okay, I think we've had some discussion around this. We have a mover and seconder. I suggest that we take the vote on this and move on. So we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? Thank you, and that is passed. At this point, we will take a 10-minute recess and come back and reconvene. Okay, so we are reconvening. Just give everyone a second to take their seats. Okay, we're just going to, Councillor, the Deputy Mayor, sorry, is still indisposed, so I think we'll just wait for her to come back in, but we're going to start with Councillor Todd. Oh, and Director Baxter is coming back in. Okay, yes, Councillor Todd, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And so as I was saying earlier, I do have a motion. I want to give a little bit of context on this. And so the motion is really around planning services budget. So we heard earlier from the CAO that the budget was submitted, it was quite robust, got trimmed back quite a bit, and possibly there's some room to grow. I did want to raise this simply because I am concerned about it. We as a council have spoken often about economic development and how important it is to the community. Tourism is important to the community. We have gone down the road. We funded a great amount of it going into this year. And we were able to put together the economic development strategic plan, which we approved in December of 2023, which has a path forward, which includes a number of projects going into this year and next year. Some of the ones that I just sort of looked at as we go through, there needs to be funding for, the workforce attraction campaign. Part of it was engaging more businesses and attracting more industry. Of course, the tourism development, highlighting the work that's been downtown. Coming out of the tough year that we have, we'll need to keep some traction going. Attracting businesses in manufacturing and agriculture, doing a housing development plan. These were all on for next year, and recognizing we may not be able to get all of it done. But also recognizing that when we look at the survey results, service dissatisfaction was centered around economic development, housing issues, budget preferences. Economic development got 39.7%, which actually was larger than road maintenance. Most important projects The number one was resources advancing master plans, which economic development happens to be one. So with all that in mind, Mayor, did you want to say something? Or? Okay, just speed it along. Anyways, all right, get to the punchline. Okay, so what I would like to do is make a motion that an additional $100,000 be allocated to planning services in the 2025 budget for the activation of the Port Hope Economic Development Strategic Implementation Plan dated 2023 to 2030.
Thank you for that motion. So that motion is on the table. Can I get a seconder for that? That's Councillor Adam. Open it up to discussion and comments. And I'm going to start off by saying I fully support your motion, Councillor Attridge, because we do know that as we talk about tax time and taxation of our individual residents, is that the one thing that has been missing from the community for a very long time is that economic development thrust and the attraction of new industry and new business into the community to offset those residential taxes and supporting existing businesses that are here, growing them, but also really developing a new ecosystem and ensuring that our tourism is as robust as can be, building on what we already have as strengths, and maybe with this new niche market of marriage licenses, maybe we become the new Niagara Falls of Ontario, who knows. But I think that there's lots of opportunities, and I do think we need to have money to implement the plan and to ensure that the new director is well supported when they come into the position. So those are just my comments. Any other, Deputy Mayor?
It's actually, I guess, like a point of privilege around how we move forward with these motions. I think I would find it helpful, Chair, obviously to your judgment, if we could hear all of the motions that council is going to bring forward before we vote on any of them, because I wouldn't want to support one that sounds great and then half an hour later something else comes forward that I in fact think is a greater priority. I would just find helpful as a process.
I think in terms of this, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk, because as I understand it, we have to deal with each motion as it comes forward to council.
So, Madam Mayor, this is why I usually sit over there, but so Madam Mayor, if a motion is placed on the floor and has been seconded, then the discussion with respect to that motion is where the discussion should lie. That being said, it sounds like the Deputy Mayor is requesting that council provide feedback on any potential motions that they want to bring forward as a discussion item prior to those being put on the floor, and that is certainly council's prerogative and would be a ruling from your chair. Thank you.
So as I understand it, then this motion has a mover and seconder, but we defer doing a final vote on it. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, Madam Mayor. And in this case, because the motion is on the floor, my recommendation would be to either you may withdraw it to move forward with another a strain of conversation. But in this case, if this is something that you want to put forward and is on the floor, you would have to discuss that item at this time.
Okay, so I would suggest that we continue discussing this item. Councillor Less.
I just want to go over the numbers. So what we have is $100,000 given to CIP in the budget. We've got $100,000 going to grants, and those are quasi-tourism related. We have the contracted services where we budgeted $202,000 in 2024, and we only used about 60 of it, and we're allocating 75 for next year. So that's a pot of money also. And then advertising, etc., which is minimal in my estimation of 64,000. So we have a bunch of piles of money. How does that relate to your recommendation?
Turn it over to the CAO for a comment.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews, for your question. So when it comes to the $100,000 to the CIP, that is that's a standalone item. So you can see every annually that is the CIP allocation, and you can see the and in the out. Let's see if I can talk you through this. So the contribution from urban LLRW of 100,000 further up under line item 4950. So there's that 100,000, and that 100,000 then is a transfer to the CIP reserve. Okay. The other item that you mentioned, it hasn't been fully expensed. I know that we just received actually another $30,000 invoice for that line in the last couple of days. So it's anticipated to be fully exhausted, if not pretty close. So there won't be any much surplus in this department moving forward into 2025. When it comes to the 75,000 that is being presented for contracted services, that is not going to be able to satisfy all of the initiatives that have been identified under the economic development strategic plan. Essentially, part of that is 25 to 30,000. 30,000 of it is going towards the Walton Street Phase 3 IDIs. So essentially supporting that. So that would leave about 4550 towards destination marketing, which costs $130,000 approximately annually. That contract is up March 31st of 2025. No decision has been made for a renewal, but in lieu of a tourism strategy, then essentially if you don't move forward with any destination marketing services at all, then essentially we won't have any exposure beyond what our own municipal forces do through our own social media and website. When it comes to the filming policy, we need funds to ensure that there is some support. I think honestly, there is enough filming policies throughout the province and beyond that we can probably borrow and customize to suit Port Hope. So I don't see that we need to spend a lot of money on consulting fees for that. But even finishing the tourism strategy is going to take probably another 30 grand as well. So earmarking an extra 100,000 probably would take me about 3 minutes. Unfortunately, under the economic strategic plan, it's pretty clear what council has identified for those priorities, and this is what we made the budget really, really lean, and unfortunately, in lieu of the director, and when it was presented initially, it came in hot, and so essentially then went from 975,000 down to probably too lean in my estimation. And I assume if there was a director, and I mean I provided oversight, so I will own that. It was on my watch for sure. But if there was a director there, it would not have been presented at 75,000.
Thank you. I'm gonna Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So I appreciate the comments, but I'm not prepared today to add to the budget at all. I have been hearing on the daily that the rural taxes since 2 years ago have gone up 24%, and I am hearing from people that they have to sell, and I'm seeing the for sale signs go up, which is very disheartening for me. So I am not prepared to add to the budget at this time. Even though I appreciate where you're coming from. For me, when I get regular feedback on the grants, and we did have here, that's 1% of the budget, 200,000. And we do have here that programming, arts and cultural activities is one of the lowest rated priorities in the municipality. And we approved a lot of grants, assuming they're going to bring economic development. And that's based on an assumption. So for me, I'm almost, and I know this would be a very, very unpopular decision, but we already went through the grant process and there's people counting on that money, but I'm almost prepared today to completely back out of grants entirely, 100% today. And if that is an option that council's willing to consider in lieu of an economic development plan, I would consider that. But with the feedback I'm getting with cutting grants, I can't have that and add another $100,000. I just can't support that.
Thank you, Councillor Mink. And I'm just going to say a word about the grants. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record on it, but I've always maintained that we need to have a sharper metric for evaluating those grants against a strategic plan. And I think the point that you raise here, Councillor Mink, is to that point. And secondly, that we should have an external body reviewing those grants against those metrics to ensure that we don't use any kind of either implicit or unconscious bias when we're making decisions around any of those grants. But I'll just leave my comment at that. Any other thoughts in terms of just the discussion of where it's going and what Councillor Mink is raising? Deputy Mayor.
I'm not going to echo Councillor Mencken saying that I wouldn't support any changes or additions to the budget. But I do, I think, share the concern that I don't think that I can vote in favor of this particular increase without understanding, as I've said, what other proposals might be coming forward and weighing those against each other. So I appreciate the logic, and in a different circumstance, if we weren't a different procedural play, I may be able to support it, but without knowing what else is coming forward, I can't tell that that would be my number one priority for update to the budget at this time.
Okay, any other, Councillor Adam, and I'd also like to make sure we hear from everybody. So I'll go Councillor Adam, and then I'll ask you, Councillor Darrell, if you'd like to add anything.
Thank you. And I think maybe I have the exact opposite position as Deputy Mayor there, as I don't like adding anything to the budget. I think everybody knows that from year after year. But if I am ever going to consider adding something to the budget, it's for economic development. It's for the betterment of the municipality of Port Hope, long term, not just immediate impact. And I'm actually in support of this too. So, thank you.
Councillor Darrell, did you want to add to this?
My thoughts are along with Councillor Mink. Since I come into this role and I did sit through the grant process, and it just comes down to affordability. I hear lots of stories of people wanting to sell, and now my kids can't do soccer because my property taxes are so high, and it's very hard. So seeing what we're looking at potentially at going through with this, just that financially, I agree with Councillor Todd and his approach, but financially for Ward 2, I couldn't support it at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Darrell. I'm going to turn it back over to Councillor Todd.
I would simply because I had a long preamble, I'll keep this one short, but I would just leave for consideration that this is one of the few opportunities that we have to spend money in order to reduce levy. This is actually the investment that is designed to actually bring more diverse tax base so that levy go down. So I would just leave that for consideration.
And just to follow up on that, Councillor Mink, it certainly leaves open for you to make a motion in terms of the community grants and reduction, if that's the way that you want to move today in terms of balancing things out. But I think at this point we've heard from everybody, and okay, not yet. Deputy Mayor would like to say something else.
I just wanted to bring us back, though, to the advice from the clerk. I mean, my sense of the table right now, if you call the vote, it's not going to pass, is my sense. Whereas if it was to be withdrawn and reintroduced later, once we've had an opportunity to hear some other motions, it may actually stand a chance of passing based on that additional context. So I just wanted to, that is an option.
I think I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. So we've had discussion, we have a mover and seconder, all in favor, and that is passed. Okay, moving on, Councillor Mink, yes.
Thank you. I still had two questions. They're not motions, but just that, well, they may, but coming out of the capital items. One of the questions is regarding the columbarium. And I know that I'm pretty sure, I remember from past years, that we have a cemetery reserve. So my first question is, and it's around $1 million, I think. I don't like to know exactly how much that is. So my first question is, why don't we use that? And the second question I have is, why does columbariums come from the levy? Because that is something that someone is going to purchase as a space that a ratepayer cannot use once it's occupied by remains. Little different than burial, where people can still use the ground. But I looked around at to add to this, other cemeteries. So one I looked at was Groveside and Whitby, which is a municipal cemetery, and their columbarium fees are a lot more than what ours are. And I looked at Fort Erie, for example, which are a lot more. So I'm questioning, why are ratepayers paying for this that they ultimately cannot use? Why isn't this a cost to the person who's purchasing it or coming?
Thank you, Councillor Mink. Director Snook.
So thank you for the question. Related to the columbarium, the way that it's been presented in this budget is in alignment with historical considerations for the columbarium. There was a previous year when it was initially, I believe, when the transition from cemeteries and assumptions of cemeteries was significantly higher for a period of a number of years, where a reserve was used for the purchase of the columbarium. Since that time, we haven't used the reserve to do those purchases. The question related to, the type, the niche being used and not being able to be, accessed or used by residents. We do have our cemetery operations bylaw, which does indicate the type of services and the sales related to that. So it is included in our operational bylaw, again, based on history and best practices. The purchase cost of the columbarium, we've calculated that it's an upfront purchase of $90,000, and we make that money back through sales and service within the first third of the niches being purchased. So over the next 2/3 of those niches being purchased are revenue into our operational budgets. The question related to the opportunity to spend reserve or the interest on investment is actually already allocated in all of our cemeteries' budgets. So our contributions to perpetual care, we earn investment on that, and that investment is already recognized in our operational budget.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Mink.
So I understand that making the money back, I get that, and I was hoping to hear that, but is there not another way that we could then fund it than taking it from levy?
I'll jump in at that point. So if we were focused on columbariums, we could put some money into a reserve, as you're kind of suggesting, and turn around as we need to buy one, put that in. Then as we sell them, put it back into reserve and keep cycling through. The requirement with that, though, is that we start establishing a reserve, like a columbarium reserve. And then we manage each in and each out individually. From a resource standpoint, right? While that makes great business sense if we were just managing a columbarium, on a larger scale, it becomes a lot to manage. So ultimately what we're doing is, yes, we're buying the columbarium, and then we're going to get all of that money back, and it's going to reduce future, levies. It offsets. And at the end of the day, in the larger picture, it's a much more efficient way of doing it. We had the same conversation about taking our rental of the cell tower or of the water tower, right, for cell, and let's take that money and we can put that in a reserve, and then when we need to do the water tower, we do. The reality is we can't get ourselves in a position where we start trying to manage all of these reserves for all of these little individual, kind of business unit. At the end of the day, all of that money we're recovering. As long as we have cost recovery fees, we're going to recover all of that money through the process. We're just not trying to micromanage, do you know what I mean? Each of the little parts, because I completely get the point, but in terms of the accounting, when we look at that on a broader basis, it's just it would put us in a different level, and I don't have staffing for that.
Councillor Mink.
Sorry, one more follow-up question. And I understand what you're saying. I think that sort of where I'm coming from, though, is that we're raising the levy as well. So the next year, based on these things, now we have it compounds the levy on an annual basis for something that we will be getting back through a sale. So even though you're saying we get it back, it's compounding the levy. And I can see that this is something, as we start to take over more and more cemeteries, that columbariums will add to our costs. So then that leads me to the next question. What do we use our cemetery reserve for? Because those things always seem to come to levy. So what is it used for?
So 2 points. One, because we're not increasing our capital at this point. So we're not actually increasing the levy to be able to buy the columbarium. We're just buying the columbarium as part of our capital existing base capital funding. At the same time, this year's budget is already being reduced from what it would otherwise be if we didn't already have columbariums that we were selling. Do you know what I mean? So not only we're just buying one now and then eventually we'll get revenue. We're getting revenue now for the ones that we've bought in the past. And arguably if we had that whole separate columbarium argument, our tax levy this year would need to be higher because we wouldn't be having those revenues. So that's, it was just kind of the point. Sorry, you'll have to remind me of your last question.
What do we use our cemetery reserve for?
So I'm not quite as close. So if I get this wrong, please jump in. But effectively, the amount of the interest, right? We have to take the money, we have to put aside interest towards operating. That comes down and just generally reduces our cost for cemetery. We don't specifically take it and apply it for fixing this fence or mowing that lawn. We know the cost to run the cemetery, and then we turn around and we apply it to overall reduce the cost of operating the cemetery.
And then my last question goes back to I was talking with the library before. Where does council and the community see the visibility of these reserves to know? I searched around and I couldn't easily find it, to know what reserves we have and where they're sitting. Where do we see that?
Sure, the audited financial statements have a section. So you want to look at the LRW amounts, you want to look at the hydro amount. They're in there. Now, not actually accessibility, even at $6,000 might actually even be on there. It doesn't, there's an other category, and we, in fairness, we do need to rebalance them. We've been focusing over time of using certain ones, and we need to rebalance some of those categories. But that's your, for the person who wants to see the LLRW or the hydro, that's where to go.
Thank you. Any other discussions, motions? Yep, go ahead.
I have another question, but I was going to let other people go first. So the third one I have is regarding the pedestrian crosswalk. And I'm just wondering where the demand is coming for this. Of course, safe crossings are important, but I've crossed at that location many, many times, and I'm not at all feeling endangered on that road, whereas there's other roads such as Molson that seems to have a lot of foot traffic, and we're talking about urbanizing Henderson Street, which we're going to have mature adults who will be crossing over into the medical facilities across the road. So I just foresee that if this cost, I appreciate it, but why now? Why this location? And what is the necessity for it?
So we have identified a number of crossings over the past several years. This is not the first time this pedestrian crossing has come forward. It is identified in the Waterfront Master Plan and our walkability assessment to improve pedestrian linkages in the area. It is a PXO. It's not a stoplight like the proposed intersection at Victoria and Jocelyn Street. So this is a little different. It would be very similar to the one that's on Peter Street or Ontario Street. And it's to improve pedestrian movement in the downtown core.
Thank you. So that's based on staff recommendations.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other discussion, questions, or comments at the table? I'd like to revert back to what Councillor Mink was talking about in terms of community grants. I wonder if you would like to go there.
Sure. As far as a motion or as far as future or some discussion?
Well, I think you brought it up, and I'd like to hear more.
So, okay, so before I put a motion on the table, so I think that the grants is very difficult for any counselor because we have these relationships, and I think that we have personal friendships. We have people who also create those friendships with us, which is great. But I think where I'm struggling with grants and where I hear this is that all of these organizations can be asking individuals and businesses for donations, and those individuals and businesses can benefit by getting a benefit on their taxes for that. Whereas we're going through a process every year where we question whether we should be doing grants or not. And what we're doing is we're forcing all ratepayers to give to these organizations through their levy. And I think that the list is increasing, and we keep having these discussions of whether we should be doing it. And it never seems like anybody wants to come forward and say, no, we need a stop to this. I think that there are people out there who will donate to these organizations that have the means to do that, and we should be asking them to be doing that on an individual basis if there's anything that they're very passionate about. I think there's a few items on there that I have trouble with, such as I've said many times, community care, because this was something that was offloaded from the province onto the municipalities. It's not unique to Port Hope, it's across the province where every municipality has to deal with that. But I think there's other ways around funding that than the grant process. And I know other municipalities do that. So there are opportunities for some of these organizations to come forward with an ask, but I think we don't go there right now. We just decide whether this is the year that we say no grants and let that work its way out.
Deputy Mayor.
I might be open to having that discussion today, but I think I come to that openness from a different direction, which is I was concerned to see the recommendation that we discontinue the 2-year trend of fully funding our asset management plan. I think that was one of the most positive things that this council did at the outset of our term, was to say that trend of keeping taxes artificially low in Port Hope at the expense of future generations was not something that we were going to continue. So I would be, and I think there's also another motion coming forward that I'm intrigued by about something that could help accelerate some of the other strategic priorities that this council has identified. And if the conversation is open to maybe we're looking at grants are not the top priority for that portion of the budget that could potentially be reallocated to some of those other strategic priorities, then I'd be very interested in having that conversation.
Councillor Less.
Just to your point, Deputy Mayor, we can't spend and save at the same time. I think the fact that we are in the position we're in now, we're virtually keeping the lights on, that we have to grow, and we have to have the growth attitude. And I don't think we've really embraced that yet. And we're going to have to grow. That's sort of the bottom line.
Councillor Adam.
Thank you. And I don't think that we're not actually, so we may not be contributing to the reserve the same, but that was the whole point of using the Hydro Reserve Fund of the $4 million. So we are doing that, offsetting it.
Deputy Mayor.
Just to clarify, I was referring to the standing direction from the motion, the resolution that this council passed in January 2023 for the 2023 budget, which was that there was to be a 2.6% levy component for capital that was intended to stay in place to be reviewed annually, which is what it's good to have this conversation, but with the intention of that continuing until such a time as the infrastructure gap was closed. So the slide that we looked at earlier that Director Baxter presented showed that this year we would stagnate. So this would be another year, as had been happening prior to this term of council, where that infrastructure gap will grow. And maybe that is the will of council in the context of this year. I'm raising it because I think that's short-sighted, and I really appreciated the direction that this council took 2 years ago in saying that we would not be short-sighted and that we would pay for our share in the year per the asset management plans.
And I see the CAO has had her hand up, and I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back around to give some further context as to the conversations that happened internally when we brought forward the staff report recommending the hydro reserve being utilized for Walton Street Phase 3, considering the impact that the first 2 phases had on multiple funding streams and the community as a whole. But in addition to that, through my time in Port Hope and through conversations, and a slide was included in this year's budget that hasn't been included in previous budgets, and that is the outstanding capital project list. And when you look at the projects that are outstanding, when you look at the capital projects that are being added, and you look at what we are going to then add on top of a particular infrastructure gap, it comes to the point of balancing what you're charging to the taxpayer against what you can physically accomplish in a reasonable amount of time, where the funding that you're allocating for that project is actually the cost of it versus, we're getting approved this year, but we don't have the capacity to do it for 2 or 3 years. And now that project is no longer funded because costs don't go down. And so looking at it from a holistic approach, because Walton is absorbing so many resources corporately and time and capacity, being able to use the hydro reserve, being able to then assign resources to take a look at that backlog, and again with the narrative of the correction year, was another part of that, the piece of that puzzle, because we can't continue in the trend. Because honestly, if the asset management, if we were fully funded an infrastructure gap, you would need a whole other team of staff to actually just satisfy all of those requirements, to actually put the infrastructure in place, to actually replace the assets as fast as that plan. If you had all the money in a reserve, it would be very, very difficult to actually accomplish it. So should always strive, it should always be top of mind. You should not transfer problems on to the next generation, but ultimately it is a holistic approach to what the corporation and the community can do to take on all of the asset related infrastructure replacement projects. So that I'm not saying that what you're saying is not incorrect. I just wanted to provide that additional context because, additionally to build that reserve is always, the goal, the asset replacement reserve, and keep it there. But I just wanted to provide that to you, that we had that heavy conversation.
Thank you to the CAO for sharing the vision and the balance and some of the trade-offs. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that I think I'm following, understanding what you're saying. I think the intention of that resolution when it was passed was not necessarily that we're saying all of that work is getting done in the year, but that we are contributing this year's share towards that future work, as opposed to what we found ourselves in the situation with Walton Street was this year's taxpayers shouldered the full burden of funding that project, when it should have been all of the people benefiting from that infrastructure over all those years, right? So I appreciate we can't do all of the work and replace all those assets in the immediate term, but I don't want us to be waiting until 5 years from now when the big expense falls and saying it's the people 5 years from now who got to pay for it because we didn't want to save the money this year and squirrel that away for that rainy day.
And I'll pass it back to the CAO for.
As far as pulling from pulling the 4 million from the reserve and then adding an additional 2.6% onto the levy. That's essentially what, this year's contribution on top of all of the other capital projects. So, I would maybe look at an offset versus a.
I'm going to
just
turn it
throwing
over
that out
to
there.
Councillor Mink.
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of the comments that were said, and I appreciate Les's comment, you cannot spend and save at the same time. And I think the theme that we have this year is that we are coming in with a lean budget this year. And I think we need to keep with that theme. And I think we need to respond to the ratepayers. We're asking each department to make a cut. We're asking boards to make cuts. We're asking people in their homes to make cuts, and they are there. It's not just the budget, but it's affordability, and it's these other conversations we're having about people not being able to cope and falling into moments of despair, and that's becoming increasingly apparent across the province. And I think that this is the year that we need to respond to that. And I appreciate what you're saying about asset management and funding it, but we had past 2 years where we did increase it, and no one's saying 5 years from now. Maybe this is the year that we keep with the theme that we're going to come in with a very, very lean budget, and then next year think about that. And same with Councillor Todd and your economic development opportunity. I understand what you're saying, that this is then going to pay off, but I just think that this is something that we could come in a little more aggressively next year and this is the whole grant, like to say to those asking for grants, yes, we're going to cut you because everybody is being cut across the board. I think that this is the year to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Mink. And I just want to also just weigh in on some of this conversation and to say that there's always a trade-off, balances and priorities, but I do think that we have to come to terms with the fact that we are coming to a place where we can no longer be shouldering all of this on residential taxpayers, whether it's the interest on debentures, whether it's the asset management payments, whether it's all the other priorities that the municipality has. And we do seriously need to look at growth. We do seriously need to look at opportunities that may come our way through business opportunities and through industry, because our need is great and we can't always be just looking at the taxpayers for an answer and talking about, lean budgets and feeling like on one hand we're not being responsible in terms of investing for the future, on the other hand being cognizant of the real struggles that people are experiencing in our community. Deputy Mayor.
Just a final comment on sort of my thinking right now is, we did approve the use of that 4 million from the hydro reserve, but we did that in isolation from this bigger budget discussion. So we did make that decision. I voted for that. But I can say at the time that I voted for that, I did not have the understanding that that was being proposed instead of the continued fulfillment of that direction from 2023. And I think that, there's pros and cons to different ways. We can't look at everything all at once on one day, obviously. But I just want to make sure, I don't know that council voting to do that, we knew that we were implicitly saying we're not going to fund asset management through the levy this year. And so I don't know that that was a fair assumption. But I do hear what people are saying, and maybe this is the year that we rely on the reserve and take that pressure off. But we're not going to be in a better position when we come to the table this year. I don't think people are going to be hurting less when we're back here next year. So, it's a tough decision, and, maybe there's a year for relief, but at the same time, year after year, facing that tough decision and always choosing relief, it's what got us into that hole to begin with. And we talk about it constantly, how challenging it is to get out of that hole.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I just want to say that I do appreciate the balance that's been struck by staff in coming up with this budget and actually using the innovative approach of the hydro reserves to offset phase 3 of Walton, because otherwise that would be on individual tax levy. And I do think that one way that we get out of this is to actually get very serious about economic development and looking at opportunities that come our way, so that we're not at the same place every year like Groundhog Day, trying to do more with less. So I would just, put that out there as well in terms of comments. Councillor Mink, did you want to put a motion on the table?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to go back to the discussion with grants. We did give staff direction to come up with 2 different processes over the past 2 years. So I'm not too sure, whether I should, the motion that I can put, which is with regrets to those listening. It's not something I want to do, but I would propose, this isn't my official motion at the moment, but that the grants be removed from the proposed 2024 budget. That's half, but I guess what I'm opening up to council is that, do we want to give staff direction to take action on where we're going to go with grants next year? Not money-wise, but where we're taking them, and include that in that motion.
Okay, so any comments on this train of thought? Councillor Jarrell.
When it comes to the grant funding, I think when you take it back to the basics of affordability and the theme of the budget we're going for, to put it on to all the ratepayers in the municipality, 17,000 and change, I think a very small percentage actually uses those services and them events, and probably a lot of them maybe even from out of town who don't contribute. So maybe with what's going on with Councillor Mickey saying, I would maybe like to put a motion to discontinue the grant funding going forward.
So that is a motion that you're putting.
I'll put that out there to
Okay.
discontinue it.
Okay, so we have that motion on the table from Councillor Darrell. We have a seconder from Councillor Mink on this, and now it's open to discussion. Councillor Adam.
Sure. I just want to know, is that also the foundational funding or just the grant situation?
That's a very good question. As I understand it, are we talking about the foundational funding or just the grants?
I was looking at just the grants, but depending on council's appetite, we could look at the foundational funding also.
Okay, so was that the hand up from the director, or we're just looking at these are the 3 categories, right?
Yeah, I just want to be clear, because we're not clear. So I just, whether we're talking about $67,100 for community grants only, or whether we're talking about kind of the overall program, including the donations and the foundational funding agreements. So I'm not sure. So I've put that up there just as a point of reference. If we can just make sure we have that clarity, and if it's only community grants, then I guess we're good. I just want to know whether we're talking all 3 generally or community grants specifically.
Okay, I'm gonna Councillor Mink and then Deputy Mayor.
My thoughts was all grant funding, including foundational funding, but I didn't want to leave those organizations hanging without knowing where they go. So I was hoping to have some more, before actually putting it out on the table, have some more discussion on whether there's any way that we could come up with direction to staff to say this is, I don't know, to say that for staff to come up with an alternative grant strategy. But I don't know if we want to do that again, because we've already done that twice. So do we just say no grants and leave it at that?
Did you put your hand down, Deputy Mayor, or because Councillor Todd wants? Councillor Todd.
Point of clarity, are you thinking for the 2025 or the 2026 budget when you talk about these changes?
I'm talking about the 2026. I think throughout the year there is, and maybe we just take it as it comes. Like I know from the past, for example, and I'll just throw an example, we had Rotary come to council asking for funding for a Farley Mowat event, and we had food bank. I think Councillor Les, I think you brought one year a request for more funding for the food bank. So I think that there is opportunity as the year goes on that council can take them as they come. But I think just going through this and giving $200,000 just every year, I think if we want to stop it, we need to make that bold decision at some point to go there.
And the CAO has her hand up.
Just a couple of reminders and a recommendation. You can't hear me? Round two. Okay, so a couple of clarifications. One, just a reminder, the foundational funding agreements expire at the end of this year. The recommendation of the staff report was to enter into them for 1 year. And essentially, the organizations are aware that those foundational funding agreements are, contingent on budget approval. So essentially that's the status of the foundational funding agreements. Personal preference from my chair, I would prefer not to discuss future grant approach and how council wants to look at grants moving forward and try to deliberate what that should look like for 2026 and 2027 on budget day. I believe that conversation is best if you need to make a decision today on what you want to do in 2025 for budget, but for process, I would prefer that to come back to staff and to have that discussion and for council to understand it is your process. So essentially, if you want to provide recommendations or direction to staff in the new year for the process for 2026, that would be more appropriate timing.
Okay, so I have a comment from the Deputy Mayor, and then we have to consider the motion that is currently on the table. So Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so we got to it being a motion again before we were able to actually put all of the other ideas on the table. So my question is there an openness for those that are considering supporting this motion? Is there an openness for the potential of reallocating some of that savings to the tax levy to another initiative that could come from the table today that would be potentially allowing us to advance some other strategic priorities? That is important context for me in whether I can support this.
So I'm going to turn it over to the mover and seconder for comment on that. Would you like to speak, Councillor Darrow?
Taking note of what everybody had to say, and the information that the foundational funding agreements they have a possibility of expiring with budget this year. I would like my motion just to be to end the program as of 2020, like immediately going forward. So to cancel the whole.
So I think that what the CAO was urging us to do is to either not to talk about what will happen in the future, but to decide that we're deciding on the 2025 budget. So that would be what's in front of us right here, not so much what's going to happen once this expires. CAO.
Yeah, just to clarify, the process for community grants and donations and the process for foundational funding agreements are two separate approaches and could be considered separately. I mean, the foundational funding agreements come forward to an agreement to council, you enter into it. It's much separate, much different than the community grants and donations. So I was more speaking to the community grants and donations and how you get the applications and you go through how you determine those. That's what I was leaning towards. I wasn't speaking about the foundational funding agreements.
Okay, so going back then to Councillor Darrell's point about canceling the program for the future, that is not what you were speaking to.
No, I was speaking to Councillor Mink's comment in regards to potentially putting something on the floor to direct staff on a process for grants.
So I've got Councillor Mink, and then I've got, did I miss you in the, okay, so Councillor Mink and then Councillor Todd.
Thank you. So to answer the Deputy Mayor's question, I think I sort of answered that a few minutes ago that no, I'm not going negotiating, take away this and add this. My intention and my response to what I've been hearing from the community is to come in with the theme that we are making as many cuts as we possibly can and the most lean, affordable budget possible this year. That's not to say other years I won't consider that. Now I have an amendment that provides more clarity. Can I make that amendment now?
Yeah. So, Madam Mayor, I think that there is some discussion with respect to the content of this motion. The motion as it currently stands, what I heard Councillor Tom say, seconded by Councillor Mink, was that staff be directed to discontinue community grant funding moving forward. That was the wording that I heard. My recommendation would be that if you want to finesse this language, withdraw the motion, finesse the language, and then you can put forward a motion that is reflective of council intent.
Okay, so I'm going to turn to the mover and seconder. Would you like to withdraw your motion and then have something that's more finessed in the language, Councillor Darrow?
Yes, I'll withdraw.
Okay, and you agree to that, Councillor Mink?
Yes, I do, and I have an amendment.
Okay, so please go ahead. You're going to make a new motion.
Yes. Yes. So the new motion is that the 7,100 allotted to community grants and 125 allotted to foundational funding agreements in the proposed 2025 budget be removed.
Madam, sorry, just to confirm, Madam Mayor, I just want to say that, you meant 67,100?
67,100, yes.
Yes.
And 120, what did I say, $67?
You said 7,100.
Oh, 67,100 allotted to community grants and 125 allotted to foundational funding agreements in the proposed 2025 budget be removed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's the motion on the table. Councillor Darrell is going to second that. Further conversations, Councillor Less.
Thought we had an agreement with the foundational funding for another year, this year.
So the foundational funding program, which is established through the foundational funding policy, was established on a 2-year trial. So that would expire at the end of this year. When the staff brought forward a report through the community grant process and the foundational funding process, at that time, the recommendation was to continue that for 1 more year, pending budget approval.
And we made that decision at our grant and meeting, and we're going to look awful foolish if we can't stick to our decisions.
Councillor Todd.
And we're effectively killing Float Your Fanny Down the Ganney. Is that right?
Councillor Mink.
And my response to that is yes, and I understand these organizations all of a sudden have to redirect, but households are redirecting. Those on fixed incomes are now making a choice of, do I buy food? Do I buy consumables? So yes, somebody has to make a decision on what they're cutting. And for me, my priority this year is making households affordable.
So just going back to the budget survey, can we just get again a reminder of what the overall results were in terms of the appetite for maintaining services, increasing taxes, just so that we understand what that direction was from the public?
When asked which of the following statements best reflects your point of view, maintain or increase municipal services even if it means higher taxes, 50.3%, decrease taxes even if it results in reduced municipal services, 49.7%. So I would say they're 50.3 to 49.7, you're split basically 50-50 between those two categories for the total municipality.
Councillor Darrell.
So just for clarity, on the part of the budget survey, most important projects, programming, arts, and cultural activities. Would you consider what the grants go to cultural activities? Because that was 82% not in favor.
Programming, arts, and cultural activities. So it was ranked number 6 or higher in the survey results, essentially behind objectives within our master plans and then maintaining our significant infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, facilities. So essentially programming, arts, and cultural activities. I don't think we quantified in the survey exactly what that pertains to. So I would be remiss to say, I think if we were to put a question in here and specifically say Capitol Theater, specifically say Float Your Fanny, the actual funding recipient could have resulted in a different outcome. I think when you are comparing programming, arts, and cultural activities against, do you want good roads and sidewalks and waterfront and facilities, it probably does fall further down the list. But I don't want to carte blanche say that that 82% that's reflected here specifically speaks to the recipients of the foundational funding agreements. I think that would be too big of an assumption.
I'm going to turn it to Councillor Todd and then Councillor Les, and then I'd like to make a few comments. Councillor Todd.
Yeah, thanks very much. I completely appreciate where Councillor Mink is coming from, especially these are tough times. Where I'm struggling, I guess, a bit is the contradiction a little bit between funding the capital and Float Your Fanny, which does bring money to the community, which does feed businesses, puts money on the table, puts, dollars in people's pockets because staff are working. So yes, we do have to put some of that money in. So if we take that money out, we're also hurting those people. So there's going to be a little give and take in that. And I'm struggling with the idea that we're going to defund things that are actually putting food on the plate.
And I see the CAO wanted to jump in here before I go to Councillor Les.
Just circling back to the budget preferences page of the survey, which speaks to, in your view, should the municipality of Port Hope decrease, maintain, or increase the budget allocated to the following services? And essentially it has municipal or municipally supported events receiving about 74% support to maintain, ahead of, even to continue on this thread, of economic development, which is at 46%. So, which is local business support and attraction. So if we're trying to tie it back to, I would suggest that perhaps that line may be more indicative of the events that we're speaking of today.
She read my mind. That's exactly it.
And I think that, again, I do very much appreciate where Councillor Darrell and Councillor Mink are coming from. It's certainly crossed my mind in the past around the grants that we give. I however, believe that this would be really blindsiding a number of different organizations in this community. I would be more in favor of, again, even though we've done this, rethinking our approach to this in the future, as opposed to at this point when people have made applications and deliberations have occurred. I'm not altogether not open to across the board some kind of proposed reduction, but to eliminate it at this stage, I don't think is fair to the community. And to your point, we do know that the Capitol Theater is a huge economic driver in this community, and just as one example, and I don't think we should lose sight of that, but I'm absolutely open to having a very serious look at the process, the priorities moving forward for next year. Any other comments or thoughts on this? Okay, so we have a mover and seconder for this motion.
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Councillor Les Andrews has requested a recorded vote with respect to the motion that is on the floor. I will read out the motion and then I will move forward with the recorded vote. Yep. Yep. That you, an abstention is essentially a no vote. So I will move forward with the reading the motion out to confirm the intent, and then we'll move forward with calling the vote. So the motion that is on the floor, moved by Councillor Mink, seconded by Councillor Toms, that the 67,100 allotted to community grants and the 125,000 allotted to foundational funding agreements in the proposed 2025 budget be removed. So I will start with Councillor Andrews, and if you could please indicate yes or no to this motion.
No.
Wadhwani.
No.
Mink.
Yes.
Councillor Pearson.
No.
Councillor Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Hankivsky.
No.
So that's 5 noes to 2 yeses. The motion is defeated.
Okay. Moving on, Deputy Mayor.
I would like to put something on the table for discussion and potential consideration of a motion at some point in that discussion, but it also involves Councillor Todd, who's also going to raise part of it. I think they could go together. What my suggestion is that we look at, I know Councillor Mink, you asked questions about the crosswalk. It's in the capital budget currently $90,000. And I would say I completely support pedestrian access within and active transportation within the community. But I know there's also a lot of other requests and proposals coming forward that will be looked at during the traffic bylaw review that relate to safety for pedestrians and other active modes of transportation in the community. And I would like to propose that we remove this item from this year's budget and instead have that considered as part of that holistic review of the traffic bylaw, and that we consider reallocating a portion of that to support an initiative that Councillor Todd will speak to.
Right, thank you. Everyone can hear me? Okay. So it's not lost on me when we hear the staff report on their years that staff have got a lot of strain put on them because we do so many projects. And oftentimes they're trying to do their jobs and they're trying to do projects on top of that. And one of the solutions that I would like to discuss with council is the idea of bringing on a project manager. So someone who is actually allocated to projects, who can work with outside resources, should that be necessary, report directly to the CAO, and manage the timelines of all of that so that we can move forward with our projects. Oftentimes they get bogged down simply because our staff are stretched so thin. They work very, very hard to do the work that we've already allocated to them. The additional burden could be lifted through a project manager. So I'll open that up for discussion.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. I think, you know, I fully support that notion. I think we're all aware that this council, and especially in the earlier part of our term, did bring forward a number of special initiatives that we requested by resolution that were a little bit outside of the norm, or maybe they were cross-departmental, and some of those are still pending. And I think, you know, including things like the strategic plan, and we know the CAO spoke earlier about having played an integral role sort of chairing the Walton Street project, which is fantastic, but there's also many other such projects that require quarterbacking. And the CAO cannot quarterback 17 projects at the same time, nor can other members of SLT. So I think this would be a really worthwhile and future thinking investment to ensure that the things that council has brought forward in the interests of the community can get across the line in a way where it's not being done off the side of someone's desk.
Thank you for bringing that forward.
Councillor Less.
Kind of begs the question, who's the quarterback and who makes the play calls? And who makes the final decision and on priorities? Like you got a CAO, and that's your top reporting mechanism, and you have the directors who are more than competent to handle their projects. And if there's too many projects, there's too many projects. Don't do them all. You can't do everything. So inserting another body, I don't think will help.
I do want to support the deputy mayor's motion to cut that line out of this year's budget. So I wonder if we can deal with that motion first. Okay. 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 I assume that that's the direction you were going. Did you want to put a motion on the table for that? Okay. Yeah.
I when you're bundling the motion together, it concerns me a bit because I would be in agreement to take the crosswalk off for a couple of reasons. As you suggested, we do have the traffic study coming. We have to deal with the pedestrian bridge on Barrett Street, which if we don't have that anymore, maybe that crosswalk isn't in the right place. We have Walton Street being reconstructed with a new bump out, which could be used more for pedestrians and redirected that way. So again, as well as accessibility, this conversation has come up with the accessibility committee about crosswalks as well. So I think that they would like to be involved in some discussion about crosswalks and things like that. So for me, I appreciate it. I support community pedestrian safety, of course, but I just don't know that it's a priority at this time with all the other pending things working on. So I'm okay with removing that. I would actually support it, but the new position I don't support.
So I think that's why I was asking the deputy mayor about that particular motion as a standalone motion to begin with. So I think very much along the lines of what you're suggesting, Councillor Mink. So would you like to put a motion on the table to remove that item?
Yeah, and that's fine. I didn't necessarily think they should be coupled in one motion, but I just wanted to give the opportunity for both to be on the table for consideration, so that we could look at. I know there's some people who would maybe be interested in that position and see the opportunity to advance some of those strategic priorities that are pending, including things, there's affordable housing featured really high in the survey, things like that, and other council directions. So I just wanted to give people the opportunity to say that they could potentially support that addition to the budget at, say, a 50% of the year cost, which would be less than the 90,000 that we cut for the crosswalk. So it would give people an opportunity to support one, knowing that it's not going to result in an increase to the levy. But I will decouple them in the motion and say I move that the 90,000 proposed for the crosswalk on Ontario Street per the proposed 2025 budget be removed and referred to the holistic review of the traffic bylaw planned for 2025.
Okay, we just give the clerk a moment to type that out, make sure that we've got the right wording.
To confirm the motion, Madam Mayor, and it's currently been moved by Deputy Mayor Holloway Wadwani. We would require a seconder, but just to confirm the motion, that the $90,000 for the crosswalk on Ontario Street be removed from the proposed 2025 budget and referred to the holistic review of the traffic bylaw planned for 2025, correct?
Okay. Okay, so that is the motion on the table. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Mink, any further discussion? Okay, we'll take, Councillor Adam, and then
I'm just
Councillor Lewis.
requesting at least a minute for me to reread a couple of things before we just go and make a vote within seconds.
Councillor Less.
I would want it some time also.
So the clerk has asked for 5 minutes. 5 minutes recess. Okay, we've had more than a 5-minute recess. I think we've reconvened, and I believe that the clerk is going to ground us again in the motion that's in front of us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the motion that is in front of us right now being considered by council, moved by Deputy Mayor Holloway Watwani and seconded by Councillor Mink, that the $90,000 for the crosswalk on Ontario Street be removed from the proposed 2025 budget and be referred to the holistic review of the traffic bylaw planned for 2025.
That's the motion on the table. We have a mover. Can I get a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Adam. Now we're
Sorry, Madam Mayor, it has already been seconded by Councillor Mink. Yeah.
sorry. I'm losing track because I thought we were starting again with the rewording. So we have a mover, we have a seconder, discussion. Councillor Adam.
Thank you. So this is one thing that I've kind of looked at a little bit earlier too. So I just wanted to go back, noting that it is basically in our heritage district. I don't really love the look of something like that in our heritage downtown. That being said, it crossed the line. There was a lot of things that didn't cross the line this year, as senior leadership has worked extremely hard to try to get to this this budget. And I'm going to ask the director, if she doesn't mind, why did this cross the line? What is the importance of this?
It did cross the line because from a pedestrian safety perspective, it is an important project. It wouldn't be above the line if it wasn't supported in a recommendation of staff. It is, however, something that it can be eliminated. It's not a, what this is an attempt to do is to try to eliminate the existing courtesy crosswalks, which are a legacy challenge that do need to be removed over time, and to replace those courtesy crosswalks with signalized pedestrian crosswalks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this? Okay, I think we're ready to take a vote. All in favor? And that is passed. Okay, so we are now, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, then I would like to, I would like to bring forward a motion for the second part of that discussion. I think, I've looked at the list. I know there is a comprehensive list that will be shared with this council that CAO, our outgoing CAO, has been working on, of pending directions from this council, as in things we have already voted to say we want done that are priorities for the community that haven't been able to get done. And so I would like to make the case for a project manager position that would support those special projects that are perhaps outliers or new things to lower tier municipalities that don't fit squarely in anyone's department or job description. And a project manager, I think, could advance those. And I know the concern is about affordability. And so I would like to propose that position start halfway through the year after the completion of the strategic plan. And so that person can be there to advance the strategic plan and some of those other pending items, which include things like the Affordable Housing Committee, provisions for tiny homes and other affordable alternative housing in our zoning bylaw, EDI policy, the customer service, the youth member on council, and many other things that this council identified as being priorities. So I would like to put forward a motion that position be created and to begin halfway through 2025 to support the advancement and project management of those special projects.
Okay, that's the motion on the table. Is there a seconder? Okay, there is no seconder on that, so the motion dies. Any other discussions or comments around around the budget? Councillor Mink.
Thank you. Just one more small question, and I just want to circle back to a previous conversation that I had. We've talked a lot about when there's a surplus and it gets redirected somewhere else. So I just want to go back to the discussion about the Humane Society and just, I don't want to put a motion on the table. Just, I think for those of the community that are watching, and I know they're watching, if Humane Society came back with an ask, is there that bandwidth in our sort of discretionary funds that move around that potentially, if it was not a significant amount, but to make up that difference, if there was a particular ask, is that something that we need to put a motion for now, or is it something that could be worked with as the year goes on, if that were to come forward?
The CAO, I think, is going to comment.
Traditionally, asks do come throughout the year that are outside of budget because they're unknowns. And essentially, we can't predict everything, and not everything can be known as we sit here today, regardless of how hard we try. So essentially, ideally, if something is known on budget day that there is appetite to potentially fund something that has not been presented in the budget, then it would be put on the floor for discussion and consideration. That said, I understand that the presentation isn't coming forward until December. And so essentially, I don't have any idea of what that ask is or what that amount is. Do you have some sort of understanding of potentially what they will be asking of council?
So I've been told by those who work for the TNR program, not the Humane Society, that it could be $5,000 or $10,000. But I've also been told that the Humane Society had to turn away surrenders twice this past year. And I don't know why. And I know last year when I had kittens on my front porch, I was turned away. And as somebody that the community turns to, I don't have an answer for them of what to do with these animals. So I don't, not having heard from the Humane Society, I don't know why they're turning them away. If it's a funding issue, aside from TNR, I don't know why they're not meeting that need. So that's my concern, and I don't know whether we should be adding some funds now to account for that.
I can speak to process and historical practice, but when it comes to actually getting into the logistics of the TNR program and deliberations and discussions with the Humane Society, I'll pass it over to Director Gilmer. I do think if an in-year change of $5,000 to $10,000 is coming forward, and you don't know 100% sitting here, but you anticipate next year at some point getting that ask, I wouldn't necessarily, that's not a huge ask in relation to the entire municipal budget. But if it's getting into, significant numbers, then I would suggest that you put it to your team today, to your fellow council members, to see if you have some support. But before, I'll pass it over to the director.
Thank you. I think that's a good point. I don't want to speak for the Humane Society. Council has tasked them with sort of identifying what they might require to implement the program being presented by a couple members of the public, what that might entail. So initial conversations with the Humane Society that will hopefully be presenting or should be presenting on December 3rd identified that sort of what's being proposed in terms of a TNR program is exactly what they're working towards now, with no current additional request of council. But that's going to take a certain amount of time. I think what you're going to hear on December 3rd is that if council is interested in making that program sort of at full capacity immediately, I don't believe it would be a small request. I think what they need is sort of purpose-built space. So I don't think they're going to come and make that request, but I think they're going to identify to you that, if we had a magic wand and the resources to do so, what they would need is a purpose-built space to meet the capacity challenges they have. And I would note that capacity challenges, including those around surrenders of feral cats and kittens, those predate the Northumberland Humane Society taking over our animal control operations. Those were challenges faced by the former Joint Animal Control Board as well. So I think, to the CAO's point, if it is a small request or a relatively small request would help them move forward with their efforts, I think those can be adjusted in the budget you're planning to adopt. But my take is, if we want to implement the program tomorrow, it would be a significant investment that would take a significant amount of decision making.
And I just want to weigh in and say that we don't sort of anticipate what costs might be associated with a whole bunch of different asks or projects ahead of time. I think we need to wait, have them come and present, find out what the issues are, ask the questions, and wait till we have concrete details.
Thank you. And I just want to make maybe this isn't the place to make this point, but I appreciate what you're saying about the space, and the TNR is to get ahead of that, to alleviate the space in the shelter. And we've gone from having Municipal Animal Services on Theatre Road and the Humane Society on Ward Street, so we had 2 locations of space, down now to 1. And the problem of ferals and surrenders is getting bigger, as it is less affordable to have pets now, and the cost of managing it, if it becomes out of control, is way more costly than the TNR program is. And then there's the ethical issue of euthanization, which can become a reality if it gets out of control, which obviously is quite controversial. So I think that, when we hear cats, people are like, whatever, cats, but it can amplify into a serious problem if we don't take it serious. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. So we're now moving on to item 3.2, which is the recommended action on the table, which is that a bylaw be prepared for presentation to council to approve the 2025 municipal budget as amended. Can I get a mover and seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Less, seconded by Councillor Todd. Any further discussion? Councillor Adam?
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank the entire staff, the entire senior leadership, including the management, anybody on the grounds. It's not just 1 or 2 people. It's not just the CAO. It's not just Director Baxter's budget. It's the entire municipality's budget. I think you guys did an incredible job. Thank you so much for the entire roadmap throughout the entire year, not just today, but throughout the entire year. Really appreciate this brand new method. Can't be more thankful. You made it very easy for us this year too. So I just wanted to make that very clear that I really do appreciate everybody's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Adam, and certainly reiterating the thank yous throughout the day. Councillor Mink.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Adam, for your comments. And I just want to say to the council and staff that I am very torn, because I know that staff in the library and police and everybody did a very difficult job cutting and making cuts. And I appreciate that. But when I look at the survey, when I look at the rural residents, 50% value for the taxes said poor or very poor. 77 were fair or less. And I hear from those 77%. So for me, this is a very difficult decision to have to make. So I'm still torn until we make the vote, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. Sorry, can I just add, I was hoping to eliminate grants, the sidewalk, and potentially the columbarium, which would have saved us $400,000. So that, unfortunately, we got $100,000 there, but still not what I was hoping for.
Okay, so we have recorded vote that's been requested.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Mink, and I will read out the motion and then ask for the vote. And so council members are requested to indicate yes or a no as their vote. The motion on the floor is that a bylaw be prepared for presentation to council to approve the 2025 municipal budget as amended. Councillor Andrews.
Yes.
Councillor Attridge.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Holloway Wadhwani.
Yes.
Councillor Mink.
No.
Councillor Pearson.
Yes.
Councillor Toms.
No.
Mayor Hankivsky.
Yes.
So that is 5 yeses to 2 noes. The motion passes.
Thank you. Before we move on to item number 5, I know that it states that there's no deputations, but I will like to say a few words at this point. By now, most folks know that our CAO, her last day in the municipality is going to be this Friday, November 22nd, and she's been appointed the Chief Executive Officer for Skills Trades Ontario. And we have put out a number of communications around Candace's departure, but I think it's worth thanking her again for all of her contributions. As you know, she joined the municipality in November of last year, and in 1 year has made certainly an indelible impact on Port Hope. Her noteworthy accomplishments, just to reiterate again, is the restructuring of the municipality to improve efficiencies and accountability, successfully leading us through phase 2 of the Walton Street reconstruction project, hiring a new director of environmental services, and planning for a Port Hope area initiative liaison, masterfully taking us through a new relationship with PHAI, redesigning the municipal budget process, including creating expanded opportunities for engagement, community engagement, and helping council navigate through many different issues, including the bylaw in Ward 2, the File Factory fire and aftermath, new fishing regulations for the Ganoreska River, much needed childcare spaces, and more flexible transportation options for the community, among others. And so from my chair, and I hope that all of my council members join me in saying we can't thank Candace enough for her work, for her inspiration, for really modeling inspiring and visionary leadership that's based on really rare qualities, a combination of problem solving, positivity, relationship building, and an incredibly strong worth ethic. I think for some of us, you don't know until you actually see it, what it can be, what this kind of leadership can be. And so I think it was a real privilege for all of us to experience such an exceptional CAO with such a broad range of competencies, depth of knowledge, energy, and most importantly, a really unwavering commitment to public service. So, I promised myself I wouldn't do this yet again. It's time for cake. We have a cake for Candace in the room. I'd like to have all of us join in just a minute to celebrate and to thank Candace. But before we do that, I need to move on to the confirmatory bylaw. Item number 5, the confirmatory bylaw. It is now time. This bylaw confirms the proceedings that took place, actually not this evening, but this afternoon. That was a good foreshadowing, I think, from the clerk, that we didn't actually go into the evening through a formal adoption of a bylaw. Can I get a mover and seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Todd, seconded by Councillor Mink. All in favor? Thank you. And this adjourns our business to be covered on today's agenda. And I'm in a position to adjourn. And please join us for cake for all in the room. Thank you.